Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. 2 a.m. wide awake, talking like we had the whole night. And I don't know if I said this right. No, I don't know how the days gone by. Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. Searching for the moments I'm a little less empty inside. Fewer late nights cause nobody seems to make the time. And I don't know how to do this right. No, I don't know how the years gone by. Searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. It's all that I needed. I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. To move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. How the years go by, searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. A little less 25. A little less. Searching for the moments I'm a little less 20. A little less 25.
He only likes her because she's old. She's probably like 25.
We're running out of options. I didn't know then, but we took every precaution. Now you're holding back, but I can hear the pain underneath your breath. I can feel the shame running through your head. I just wanna stop it. I just wanna stop it. Where do you turn when you need someone? Where do you hide when you just can't run? Where do you go when you have no home? When you have no hope? What do you do when you're losing sleep? When real life
Hello, late night gang. Hi, welcome on in. Happy weekend. It's a freaking Friday night. We did it. We made it through the gosh dang week. We're here. We are in the weekend, officially. Hopefully, that brings a lot of relaxation. That brings a lot of better vibes for a lot of the people who get time off from work or get to go out and do some fun things with people. Really hoping that, I don't know, the weekend just feels better than the week did, at least for myself. Had a pretty emotionally loaded week, for sure. So, going into the weekend, I'm hoping things are just, like, much more positive. And I hope that that's the way for you, too. I hope that you also feel a little bit of pride for getting through a very weird week, making it all the way to the weekend. I say this every weekend, but I really do mean it. Really glad to have y'all here. Let me say some hellos. Let's get started since I'm starting a little bit late. Really glad to have everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining me here tonight. If I miss you the first time around, I will say hi to you the second time for sure. And if I say hi to you twice, you're just extra super special. That's just how things go. Maya, thank you for the 64 months while I was offline. Big resub. Really appreciate that a lot. That's a ton of support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That helps out so very much. It really does. Gantriok, hello, hi, Hoodie, welcome on in. Chaos with a 5 gifted to the community. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub, make sure you're saying thank you to Chaos for the ad-free viewing, all of those emotes, the sub badge that you get, everything like that. Thank you so much, Chaos, for that generosity. And enjoy your lurk as well. I'm sorry to hear about the bad day. I'm also kind of riding on those vibes. Looking forward to just, like, chilling with a bunch of good people. So I hope that the lurk vibes are good and restorative. There's a lot of, like, funny things being talked about in chat and more positive energy and just that general feeling of togetherness, that solidarity that we get by being part of a community together. Jacob, Xander, hello, hi. Rakalov with a 13-month resub. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you very much. Sad Scholar, hello. Merm, hello. We are always buying here, of course. Busby, how we doing? Good to have you. Ace of Snakes, a good buff lip explode to you as well. Welcome on in, Kim. Thank you for being here. In deep conversation with Eddie right now. Good luck to you tonight. It's a good night for that. It's a very good night for that because regardless of how you're taking the edge off this weekend, I'm going to be doing some like power wash sim stuff. We always have good talks during these streams, and we just sort of chill, and I get to do my baby sensory video game, which is kind of all that my brain's capable of tonight. But hey, at least it's not Hollow Knight for those of you who were getting sick of me only playing Hollow Knight. Xander, thank you for your 160 stream streak. Yo, what's up, Mouse? How we doing? Hello, Paxton. Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. Yo, what's up, Gray Lady? Enjoy the tiny lurk. I'll see you when you're back here. Need to go do my physical therapy exercises, but my spouse fell asleep on the floor cuddling his service dog right behind my chair. I feel like this is cat sleeping on lap equivalent. It really is. You might need to give it some time. I'm sorry that you're held up from that, but oh my gosh, yeah, don't disturb that. That sounds so cute. Cheeky, thank you for the 13 months using Prime here. I know you only get one of those a month. Thank you for using that on me. That's very kind and generous. Phoebe, welcome. Fang, hello. Hi. It seems like Twitch is working today. Fingers crossed for you. I didn't see your message that Twitch wasn't working for you until after my stream last night. So, hopefully you can enjoy tonight's stream. Thank you for being here. Liz, hello. Semi-lurking while I work on computer stuff. But hello. Hi, welcome. Good luck with computer stuff. I don't know if it's stressful computer stuff or if it's like exciting upgrades or something, but good luck either way. Also, hey, 10-minute believers, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Who was getting sick of Hollow Knight? I don't know. Someone out there. Here's the thing. We have a community of really nice people who don't tend to like bellyache too much, but there's probably someone who's like a lurker who is like, yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a good game, but like every single night, you know, I'm adding a little bit of variety with some power wash. I like these late night vibes too. Again, like my brain can't really concentrate too much. I had a bunch of just family things today that were stressing me out. So it's good to just be here, hanging out, having a good time, chatting with some good people. Remy, hello, hi, welcome. Nettles, thank you for the 65 stream streak. This be new? Wait, what's new? Is there something like new on mobile side or something with the streaks? I know that they took away the ability to share your streak on mobile for a bit, and then it like came back apparently like a day or two ago. Dionysus, hello, hi, welcome on in. Semi-stressful, but if I get it working, I'll have extended protection for my Windows 10 install. Ooh, yeah, that is important right now, especially because they're like, hey, we're gonna be dropping support on Windows 10. The easy solution: buy a $4,000 computer. You know, and it's like, I don't know about that. But I hope that works out well. I really do. I could never do it on mobile before. Oh, okay, wild. Because some people were like, yeah, I had the ability. This is the greatest thing about websites that have like, or apps that have like millions of users, right? Is the rollout of features based on like device and updates and just general, you know, coding process in general. Don't hit every single person consistently. There's some people who are like using old firmware or whatever. It's wild. We'll get you one day. I don't know about that, Sad Scholar. I don't know. But I will say the Gimme Dat emote does make me fear a little bit. 64 subs until Girl Week. Oh my gosh. I was discussing it a little bit with Morgan. Even though we are both in like a mental health pit at the moment, I think that if something as big as that was achieved, like we would commit to it. We would find a way. You might get like a bunch of like, mom is tired after, you know, taking the kids to school and working a, you know, 40-hour work week. And then taking the kids to sports practice kind of vibe from me. But we would find a way to commit. Ephraim, hello, buys a $4,000 computer because the streamer will like me more, I guess. Yeah, hey, if you haven't seen those great deals at Corsair, it's almost Amazon Prime Day or something. I might be making some content around that on behalf of Corsair. But it is actually like really good deals this year. They just gave us like a heads up on what some of the deals for Corsair stuff is going to be if you buy it through like the Amazon page, I guess. Which I'm not here to tout more business to Jeff Bezos, but at the same time, if it saves you money at the end of the day while you're trying to survive during end stage capitalism, it is what it is. And you might as well get like a discount, and also it helps bump, you know, a little bit of extra commission to me, which is kind of cool. Could you power wash my brain? Banana Moon Puppy, I'm going to be aiming it directly at my own dome as well, so we're going to have to split the stream of water. Jules, hello, hi, welcome. Wraith, hello. Welcome. The Windows 7 market share has gone up by 7%. That's wild. I'm going to have to upgrade eventually anyway because the poor thing is a 5-year-old laptop, but the longer I can limp it, the better. Oh, no, totally understandable. Like, DIYing to save money right now, totally worth the extra work, in my opinion. I was actually able to get the first year free, so I hope people also get that. Ooh. First? Really? Okay, that's kind of good. Hey, anything that's free these days, right? My goodness. Also, Liz, thank you so much for the 7-stream streak. Week streak! What if I'm not trying to survive end stage capitalism? I don't think some of us have a choice in it. It's just like we're struggling along. If it saves me money and gives you affiliate comp, more for me in my book, yo, I appreciate that a lot. Because, again, at the end of the day, I pick up these sponsors because they've reached out and expressed interest in working with me. But at the end of the day, if you're like, hey, I don't need this thing, or I don't like this thing, or, you know, that brand I'm not a fan of, that's okay. That's your choice as a consumer. You're allowed to do that. There are a billion other ways to help me and my career out. So, Bald Man sucks, but supporting mom is worth it. And that's the thing. It's like, if you need stuff and you're like, oh, I want to re-up my like energy supplement supply with like Rogue, or I was gonna go out and buy like energy drinks anyway, or like I am gonna upgrade this part of my PC. I might as well use Brian's Corsair link. That does help me, yeah, but please, no pressure. None at all. Please don't compromise your bank account or your ethics or anything like that on the behalf of me or any other content creator. We are not worth it, I promise you. Little Chaos, hello, hi, welcome. Something joke about crossing streams. The Ghostbusters did tell us never to do that, right? I reskeeted the tutorial I used for other 10 havers. There's a lot of ones out there. I've been seeing, like, I have a lot of friends who work in the tech industry and like IT and stuff. And there are a bunch of workarounds that should help extend security and updates and stuff like that for people who are utilizing Windows 10 machines. So, me wanting to get Rogue Energy, but it's like 2 times the cost of Gatorade, and I'm in college. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where it's like actually cheaper than Gatorade, because Gatorade, you know, you're paying like $1.50 a bottle, right? Whereas like Rogue Energy, you get like 30 or 40 servings depending on the product that you're buying. And it's, yeah, a big upfront cost, but like per serving, it ends up being like $1.10. It's way cheaper, because I used to buy canned energy drinks, and I used to like, you know, buy a 24 pack of like a Lonnie or whatever the hell, and that would be like a lot of money. So now I do the powder stuff. So I got an email about some new Rogue Energy stuff. Yeah, they have 2 new shaker designs dropping that look way more sleek and like a little bit less like nerd coded than a lot of their branding. Not that I mind the nerd coding stuff, because I'm a gamer geek, but like they do have these 2 new shaker designs that look really cool. And then they have a brand new flavor that's dropping in a few days, which I'm very excited for. Rogue genuinely has been great for me. The hydration ones have been helping my pots. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like the blend that they're using is designed to like be very beneficial. So I'm glad that some people are getting that chaos. Can't wait to get more Rogue and have another story about how Bria saved me. Banana Moon Puppy, I've been appreciating the unhinged posts on socials. It's been very nice. The one I got is genuine IT free. Oh my god, the old texts then. The experts, the ones who built this place, right? Went to settings updates. There's something that says enroll now, and that's where I got the message. So just for those who have Windows 10 and want to check. Ooh, that's a good tip. Thank you, Sad Scholar, for people who might be upgrading or anything like that. Becca, hello, hi. A bud to you as well. Welcome, welcome. I love that you clocked it and said, ah, yes, let me make the Ghostbusters reference to the Ecto-1 person. Yeah! Well, for the people who didn't know, so that people didn't just think you were insane, right? Yo, what's up, Shark? I believe you can bypass the Windows 10 system requirements using Rufus. Really? I haven't looked into that alternative yet. I have a number of different, like, IT friends who have given me a number of different solutions and workarounds. So, I'll have to look into Rufus, though. Thank you so much, Shark. Yo, what's up, Photon? Hello, hi, welcome. I do like that Mouse and Becca now have this ongoing, ew, my coworker is here vibe between the two of them. It's so funny. Oh, my goodness. Yo, what's up, Ty? Welcome. Just got back home from picking up our 2 cats from the emergency vet. Oh, no, they had to be hospitalized overnight. Ty, I'm so sorry to hear that. Sending you all the love, sending your cats all the love for recovery, all the good vibes. Obviously, we hate hearing about anybody's pets having to suffer or anything. I really hope that things work out. Fingers crossed for you and your cats. Hopefully tonight some good vibes, some good restorative energy, some good just relaxation in a stressful time for a lot of people. No, I am insane. They would be correct. Yeah, but listen, I'm trying to, like, there's so much piled up on the plate of insanity for so many of us. I try to take a couple scoops off of it so that the burden is a little less for you to have to explain. Trudging slowly through my Snapchat photos because it wants me to pay more for storage? So it looks like I'll have to find another place to keep digital photos on my phone. Oh no, that's weird. I uninstalled Snapchat like years ago, so I didn't know all the weird stuff they were doing. I definitely would like a new PC at some point in the future, but panic buying one is not something I want to do. Yeah, that's the other thing too. It's like PCs, a lot like cars, it's worth it to like hold off a little bit and watch the market trends and make sure you're getting it when it's like actually a good deal. That's what I did with my current PC is this came out back when like no one could get their hands on like a 3080 graphics card. And the company that I bought it through, which is not Corsair, although it has Corsair parts in it, most of the parts inside are Corsair, was doing a deal where it actually made the cost of the 3080 that was built around it cheaper than if I just bought a 3080 on its own. So I did it that way, and that was like a really worthwhile bundle. So sending all my love for everyone's babies. Truly, yeah, pet scares of any sort, health scares, they're rough. I'm so sorry. Apple slices and caramel sound like they would slap right now, Nettles. You're scooping my brain? Fucking FNAF-ass behavior? Listen, all I gotta say is, no one's ever seen me and an animatronic in the same room, right? Shira, hello, hi, welcome on in. I hope that everything is going well for you as you do cool stuff. Snap is charging people for their memories now? That is... Dude, we really have reached, like, end stage, like, as I say on a streaming platform, but, like, end stage, like, tech bro greed. It's really, really ugly. God, I hate hearing stuff like that. That's ass. Lies, I've seen you and Mark in the same room plenty of times. Yeah, that guy's not real. He's definitely... Yeah, he's Freddy Fazbear himself at this point. The King of FNAF actually meaning... Yeah, the King of FNAF animatronics. I wanted a caramel apple, but the store didn't have any, so I got slices in caramel cup. Honestly, that's what Morgan and I normally do. Caramel apples tend to be really messy. Getting the caramel dip is a smart idea because not only can you dip apples in it, you can dip other stuff in it as well. You know, like cookies. I'm just saying. Little life hack. Or put it on, like, drizzle it on ice cream. Oh, dude. Peepaw Markiplier. It's really funny every time, like, Mark and I have taken pictures together, or I've mentioned Mark, like, at an event and stuff. People always act like Mark is older than me. So Peepaw Markiplier is really funny. Everyone always assumes he's, like, older. I don't know why. Maybe just because he has, like, a whole foot of height over me or whatever. Freddy Fazbear, more like Freddy Fivehead. Ooh, yeah, caramel drizzle on popcorn. Ooh, yeah. The only problem with that is I'm like a anti-sticky texture person. It's like that kind of sensory makes me actually want to like burn down, like, I don't know, a freaking caramel factory. So I have to, if I put any like caramel drizzle on anything, I have to eat that with silverware. I feel like he's between the two of us in age. Mark is younger than me, yeah. It's because he's an old man on the inside. Honestly, he really is kind of... There are so many conversations I've had with him where I'm like, dog, you're a boomer. Like, it's not even ancient soul stuff. No, he's a boomer about shit. Eat it with chopsticks? Yeah, you got to eat the caramel popcorn with the chopsticks. Yep. That's the move. I wear gloves when I eat with my hands sometimes because I want to feel caveman a little. Well, cavemen wouldn't use gloves, though. They just go, grog, want, and... Right? However, you are kind of giving, like, seafood boil. Because they give you the plastic gloves that do almost nothing. And you get, like, a seafood boil. I'm the same way. Sprinkle a little bit of sugar on popcorn. It has a similar flavor without sticky. True, but it's not caramel. Right? I want the caramel, too. I want it all. I want my cake, and I want to be able to eat it, too. Great lady, thank you for the 160 stream streak. What the heck? Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much for lurking and loving my face. Someone has to. My travels are fun style so far, but the family part making it stressful style. Boy, oh boy, do I know that feeling. Shira, good luck. Have fun. Have a blast. Definitely an exciting experience at the very least. Enjoy it for the things that you hopefully will be able to enjoy for you. One of those specific ones that were covered in chopped peanuts and chocolate chips, they didn't have any. Sounds like you got to invest in like a bag of chopped nuts and chocolate chips, and then add that to the caramel dip, or like lay out a bunch of apple slices that you dipped in the caramel and then sprinkle them on it. Oh, that would be crazy. Caramel corn upsets me because the sensory of how it feels in my teeth makes me want to opt out of life. See, I don't mind it when I'm chewing. I almost like the hard exterior that's like kind of crunchy, especially if it has that like sweet buttery flavor to it. But I get it, especially when like popcorn in general. If I get a piece stuck in my teeth, especially like a kernel or the like casing of a kernel stuck in my teeth, like in between my teeth or something, I like freak out. Use a fork for caramel popcorn. I can't use chopsticks because of arthritis in my thumbs. I mean, hey, work with what you got, right? Shut up, you have a great face. Thank you, I stole it from everyone else. I don't know what that means. I was going to make that into like a joke about wearing other people's faces, and then the joke died in my brain. So that worked out great. That was a good one. Listen, I'm still working on the tight 10. Have you considered slathering your hands in caramel so the amount you get on your hands while eating is negligible? Is actually a good point. This is actually a very good point. It's like immersion therapy that's not really immersion therapy because it's like, oh, I'm already at rock bottom, so I literally can't go lower. Innovation that excites. Not the tight one. Honestly, God, I feel like I would have more of an excuse if I had typed that, the tight one, versus having said it out loud in an actual, like, honest to God live call. Because it's so much easier to be like, guys, I made a typo or I didn't think before I typed. This was just like, I full sent this out of my mouth brain. And that was it. It just, oh boy. Chaos Queen, hello, hi, welcome. Okay, Arya Stark. Happy October, streamer steals faces. Wheelo, would that not be like a good scary Halloween thing, though? Shira understands the true gremlin horror power. Truly, though. Yeah, How dare you steal my face? Yeah. Listen, what was the name of the character in Avatar: The Last Airbender? Was it Ko, the face stealer? Oh, mouse literally just typed that. Yeah, Ko the face stealer. Good God. Terrifying. One of the scariest characters in, like, a kid's cartoon. Like, so creepy. I loved it. Very, like, Ghibli coded also. So, they have face stealers. It's called AI True. God, have y'all seen the new fucking AI actress? That bullshit? It's so embarrassing. It is easily the most embarrassing shit. I give it, like, less than a year before it crashes and burns. It looks so dog shit. Pull and Pay and hello, hi, welcome. Kind of like in the second book of The Wizard of Oz, but that character just stole heads. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't want the whole thing. It's just the aesthetics, right? Can't forget Ko, because we had to hear it out. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, God, what? Okay, yeah, so if y'all haven't seen, I think it's Paramount paid, like, 9 figures, close to, like, 9 figures, to fund AI, like, generative AI research to make a fake actress. And they're trying to, like, have her star in movies and shit. And it's like, you guys are idiots. Like, you're actually idiots. Like, rich people are not real, dude. They're not. Just absolute, just so goofy. Someone's gonna steal her model and make very inappropriate thing. Not even surprised if that happens. That's like, and that's a whole nother ethical dilemma on top of it. But, like, good God, even just the gall in today's climate to be like, hey, we've lost so much money in this gambit, this technological gambit, this, like, technology not a lot of people really wanted, that we keep aggressively trying to market because we're losing so much money on it. And now they're like, we're going to try to force this into Hollywood. Yeah, Tilly Norwood is the name. It's dog shit. You can Google it if you want, but, like, it's not even worth it. It's going to be a blip in history. That much money just to figure out to make a character persist through multiple images. Yeah, and Rat, the other thing is it doesn't even look good yet. She's fine as a still image. Like, it's almost believable, but the moment she opens her mouth or starts moving, it is so uncanny valley that there's no way it passes a vibe check. So fun. And also, acting takes a soul. It really does. I've never heard an AI voice and been like, wow, I'm really moved by that performance. It's always been like, that certainly sounded like a robot. So funny how they did that, and immediately everyone, yeah, I ain't watching that shit. Yep. Immediately, like, SAG-AFTRA put out, like, a thing of, like, we're not ever hiring this piece of shit. Molly, hello, hi, welcome. The things I want to say about that cannot be said in a Twitch chat, so I'll keep my mouth shut. I also have so many opinions. Here's the thing. I'm an iceberg online. People, like, sometimes are like, man, you get, like, kind of, like, angry online. And I'm like, you are seeing the very tip of the iceberg, dude. You are seeing an inactive part of the volcano. That's all. It's just a basic white girl. I know, that's the other thing, is, like, they were like, as if they don't have an abundance of basic white people in Hollywood who already rake in billions of dollars a year. Why would you do this? It's like, oh, we don't have to pay our top stars. Bro, you barely pay people anyway. It's like, unless you're like a Brad Pitt level actor, like, people in Hollywood work day to day, paycheck to paycheck, like a lot of other people. People who are doing like background acting work, people who are supporting actors. Not everyone is like getting like the gigantic paycheck that a lot of people assume everyone in Hollywood gets. A majority of the people who work on a production get a pretty normal wage. What a waste of money. They could have given it to me instead, or hire real people. Yeah. The movies that hire her are going to look so dystopian. Yeah, it's going to be bad. It's going to be so weird. A BIPOC angry online. Wonder why that could be. The riddle that I still don't have an answer for. I literally only have ever used AI voices to narrate textbooks without an audiobook version I could buy. It's only because I need something more robust than voices of the 90s. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, we've talked about this before, where there are AI devices and tools that are not generative AI that have been, or they are generative AI that have been licensed in an ethical way. Like, I know a number of voice actors who have, again, I'm not going to get into any judgment on them about this, but people who have sold their rights to their voice to be used on something like TikTok or to be used in audiobook setting. And there's a lot of arguments to be made that are pro-accessibility within that, for sure. That said, I don't like seeing it widespread. And second of all, very different, than generating an entire being, an entire person, because it's not a person, it's a bunch of lines of code, right? This isn't a real actor. This isn't someone who's experienced loss or emotion or anything that's going to bring any sort of connection of believability to these roles that it's going to fill. It's just like, what the hell, dude? We already have CGI. Why are we doing this? Its smile is literally always the same in every image, which is often the case with a lot of this Gen AI bullshit. They all look the same. There's no range. There's no depth. There's no humanity. The people who program them oftentimes do not understand art at a fundamental level. They lack that, like, emotionally, like, advanced part of their brain that allows them to, like, engage with art in a real way. They just think acting is really reading a script. It's really weird. Posing in front of a camera and reading a script. It's very bizarre. If only there was a cheaper way to get a white girl on a screen. If only we didn't have all of these incredibly powerful, Hollywood, not even power. Like, here's the thing. We have these, like, I guess they are powerful. We have these pipelines in Hollywood right now, constantly auditioning people, trying out people, trying to scout the next new rising star. There is not a shortage of people who want to become actors who are very good, competent actors that don't require a Brad Pitt level, like, Hollywood contract. That, like, are going to go act in a movie for the first time and get paid $50,000. That's not going to break the bank for a gigantic billionaire movie studio. Like, you don't have to hire the actors who are asking for, like, $50 million a movie. So it doesn't make any sense, obviously. And it's that extremist level of corner cutting financially that's going to just backfire on a lot of investors into this kind of crap. The AI looks so young, that makes me say, there's layers to that. Clearly, we gotta lock these AI actors in a cage and poke them with sticks until they become properly traumatized. There definitely is an ethical AI out there and tons of research out there to make more sustainable moves in the future. Over the winter, I toured an optics lab for an unrelated reason. Now, this is a case of that, absolutely not, and it's so icky to see. Yeah, exactly. Again, AI technology was being used several years ago before any of this bullshit to do things like diagnose cancer, way before any normal tests would pick up signs of that, or to help with accessibility to certain degrees. Generative AI does not do that. When we're talking about AI in this context, this is generative AI, which has almost no real-world applications because it needs to unethically be trained and used before it's ever even put out there as a widespread public benefit. And that's the difference, is there's a lot of AI that we use day to day. Technically, utilizing anything on your phone is most likely utilizing some sort of AI. But that's where we, like, obviously, we when we're talking about Tilly Norwood or whatever the hell this thing's name is, none of that is ethical. All of it is just bizarre. So I've developed this stupid ability to identify which Gen AI model someone has used to make an image due to art style and color palette. I want this level of differentiation out of my brain. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's really wild because, yeah, these AI brands are trying to create like distinctive styles like you're talking about, Rat. Definitely, yeah, you can start telling like the difference between something that like utilized, you know, Gen AI from OpenAI versus another company. It's really bad though. God, it's getting really weird, right? That was exactly one of the labs that was there. They do treatment and research for radiation patients. Yeah, exactly. And that is, if we're going to be developing technology that's going to have any sort of environmental impact, like you talked about, there's a lot of very good scientists and programmers out there who are looking for more sustainable options, which I am all for. That also, again, you don't have to steal work to be able to use them. And then they're going to have like a very beneficial application, like in the medical world, for sure. I use screen readers, and I'm pretty sure that's AI. It helps me a lot in college. Yeah, exactly. There are fundamental foundational components. But anytime you hear, like, especially colloquially, AI being talked about in like the modern sense, 9 times out of 10 people are talking about Gen AI, which does not have a place in our society. Yo, Pine, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you so much for sharing your community here. If you are someone from Pine's raid, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a mod, or Nightbot, but welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. I read an article where a search and rescue team used AI drones to find and notice features that human eyes aren't able to notice. That's the only type of thing I support AI for. Exactly. Again, there are people who are trying to infuse the idea of ethics into this tech. That's happened with every sort of tech advancement over the years. The problem is a bunch of capitalistic AI bros who are just douchebags trying to make money from something they see as a gimmick are trying to, like, be the loudest in the room. And that's the part that sucks. There is very good medical application. There's very good real world application to some of this stuff. And it really sucks because this isn't a conversation that is strictly only about AI. This is stuff that, like, again, we're seeing the enshittification of a lot of things right now. Lots of just super rich AI tech bros are just ruining things that should be cool or should be not utilized to the scope that it's like becoming an environmental concern, right? I think a majority of people, if this hadn't been commodified in the way that it had been, might have even been able to use certain tools that we have right now that are under a lot of scrutiny in a moderate way. But moderation's kind of dead when it comes to making a lot of money, and you are a soulless tech guy in San Francisco. Stream was excellent. Some Hades 2 tonight. Got to Chronos once and he whipped my booty. I have not played Hades 2 yet, but I'm very excited to try it out eventually. I really liked Hades 1. I never beat it. But I'm very, very excited to get to Hades 2 eventually. I'm glad that you're having fun with it. I hate the fact that for the horror zine I'm making, I have to make a disclaimer to not submit anything AI. Honestly, very important now. There's something called the Neva anti-AI writer that is used in voice acting, that I make sure that every single studio I work with these days has either some awareness of anti-AI stuff or utilizes the writer or is working with other anti-AI groups. That's something that's super important to me right now. And I've been seeing that a lot in the art community. I've been seeing that a lot in the music community. You know, there's just so many creatives trying to protect each other and be like, hey, we are not on the side of this. We want human-made creativity to be celebrated. You doing that, I'm very glad that you are. I am. I think that communicates a very strong message, and it's one that is, unfortunately, necessary. So, me, a computer science major and about to graduate. Banana Moon Puppy. Good gosh. Listen, there's still pockets of the industry that are still going to welcome you with open arms for holding on to ethical beliefs. I promise you. There's a lot of people out there who unfortunately have been so sucked into lines of code and the idea of productivity and profit that they've kind of lost a basic part of their humanity. And it does suck that that is something that happens in the tech industry at a pretty high frequency compared to a lot of other fields out there. But there are, again, I have a lot of friends who work in tech. I have a lot of friends that work in IT who have maintained their humanity and hold a very strong line about this stuff. You are able to find work still in that field, I promise you. Also, thank you so much. Said Waffle Monkey. Apollo, correct. My brain is blank. 63 months. Thank you. Always come back. I appreciate that. Hope you've been well. Yo, what's up, Glitter Goth? With doing ARC reading, you have to promise to not use AI in your reviews or graphics. There's no repercussions, I don't think, but some of the groups I'm in and such will absolutely boot you, and authors won't work with you anymore if you do it. I think that, again, grassroots. I talk about this all the time. Real community comes from grassroots ideology. If these big tech companies and these big, for-profit companies aren't going to protect the interests of the people, if they're going to constantly be like, yeah, we're just going to throw away morality so that we can make an extra buck, and we really don't care about the fallout that happens to you or those around you or the arts in general, we have to do it ourselves. We have to protect each other. We have to be like, hey, you are not welcome here if you do this type of shit. So, Maddie, I know the feeling. I've been laying down, being like, oh boy, I'm in bed a little bit earlier than a normal day, and I'm going to just pass out. And then I lay there with the thoughts, right? Not the thoughts, but like, the brain thoughts, those ones, not the other ones. I only have one person in my life, and she's not a thought. Welcome, Maddie. Welcome. From the 2 minutes of discussion I heard, maybe it helps to know that in all of my university classes, they will fail you if they find out you used AI. Thank goodness people are starting to really hold a strong line on that stuff. Thank goodness for that. Wait, what? Yeah. Remember to kiss your thoughts goodnight. The company I work for and people further up the corporate ladder love using AI graphics. It's so infuriating. It's truly embarrassing because 9 times out of 10, they also come out looking like some shit that if you gave me just like 2 hours in MS Paint, I could probably come up with. And I'm like, you needed a computer to do this for you because like you were that basic? Wow. My wife is a thought I love. Yeah, I think about her and I love her. That's what it is. I was scrolling on TikTok, my brain latched onto, what if I moved to New York City? What are the logistics? The main logistic I'll point out is the rent is so goddamn high. Because there have been several times throughout Morgan in my life that we're like, you know what, we're making really good money from like content and other stuff right now. Maybe we'll go move to New York City where it's like more of a content hub and more of an opportunity hub. It is like so expensive there. You can find cheap food, you can find cheap transportation, etc. But God, the rent is too damn high, as that one dude is very famous for saying. So, AI stole the M dash from me. Here's the thing, Rat. I got so mad about that, and then I was like, what? Why am I listening to a bunch of like really reactionary, sort of like fear-mongery, hyper like online people? Why am I why am I listening to them? I'm going to use the M dash. If they think I'm using AI, that's on them for like being not someone who paid attention in English class about how just because AI uses it. God damn. I'm not going to let a computer steal that from me. That was my favorite thing to use. Maddie, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. Thank you. Unless you have 10 roommates, yeah. Yeah, New York City is a place much like LA where unless you're really doing a big number in your bank account, then roommates are a necessity. So I have to go to bed because I have to get up early, but I wanted to share good news before I dip. My good news is Bowie is almost halfway through his antibiotics. He's recovering so well. Love hearing that. He's been becoming more and more himself again. Oh, he's returning to criminal behavior. Mouse, but here's the thing. It's like when Sig started acting like himself after we took him to the vet and got him on all the meds and prescriptions he's on now. and he started misbehaving, we were like, we missed him misbehaving. This is actually really good. I'm so glad that Bowie's feeling a lot better. Please get some wonderful rest, Mouse. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, AI only uses it because people use it. Exactly. It's a worthwhile literary thing to use, in my opinion. Ray, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. The only thing I hate that, which one authors who covers and accusing music? Yeah, so Morgan gets a lot of arcs in the mail, Glitter Goth, and yeah, a lot of the times, she's reached out, or like she'll look it up, and other people have reached out to the author, and it really sucks that people are so reactionary about it, where again, they're just going to be immediately mean to the author, being like, oh, you should have researched better. Like, yeah, yes, but like also mistakes are made sometimes. And every single author that she's looked up about it, where she's like, oh, this cover looks like a little bit sus, she'll find like threads online of people talking about, oh, hey, or from the author themselves being like, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I'm like someone who's never online. I literally just write, and I don't really, it's like, this is irresponsibly out of my hands a little bit, but like we are getting like a real commission, like a real person to like replace this crap, which has been good to see that. But yeah, it really does suck. It's like, it's such a nuanced and layered discussion that the point of blame that people often point to is not logical, and that's a bummer. That's another part of it that sucks. Kieran, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Also, thank you so much, Ace, for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Please tell us a little bit more about it. Welcome on in. Raiders, if you happen to be new here, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me and Modern Nightbot. We'd hate to have that happen to you. Thank you so much for being here. Exactly, Pine. Yeah, we gotta, again, it's like the stuff that's like meant to generate content where there was no content before. That's the stuff we gotta focus on getting rid of because, again, they've openly admitted that this stuff is not ethical. It's really a bummer. Nye, hello, hi, welcome. Frankly, people will have to pry the M-dash from me in gladiator-style arena. Oh, same. It's chicken tendies plus fries. Enjoy the chicken tendies and the fries. Oh my gosh. Enjoy the lurk as well, Nye. Thank you for being here. Appreciate ya. Also, a lot of the time, the authors don't have a choice. Yeah, a lot of the times, it's not the authors that do it. That's, again, why I was bringing up point of blame, is publishers many times are doing that. Yeah, the self-publishing is the only time where you can be like, yo, hey, don't know if you knew this, but the artist you worked with is like an AI artist. And sometimes they'll be like, oh my gosh, I had no idea because I'm not artistic myself and I couldn't really notice the difference. And that's happened a couple times to a number of different authors that I've seen online. But yeah, a lot of the times the publishing house will be responsible for that. And that really sucks for the author. I was putting on a tunnel clinic with the new DVD killer and then demonstrating how much harder it is to do the same shitty gameplay with other killers. Gosh, you're like theory crafting the game. It's really cool. When vibe coding started, I was, yeah, Banana Moon Puppy. Again, so many of the buzzwords that did not exist a year or two ago that are now just really just annoying dog whistles about a lot of crap going on. So, a trad pub author almost never gets creative control over the covers. Yeah. And this just goes back to a conversation I have here, I think like once every 3 months, that it's really embarrassing when people get involved in having conversations online when they've done clearly zero research and they don't know how the industry that they're talking about works. They like to just, a witch hunt is very exciting for people online a lot of the times. I will join in a dog pile if the research shows that it is necessary and deserved. Very rarely will I do that, though, because a lot of the times I'll be like, I don't actually know how that fucking industry works, and it's going to take more than me reading a couple Reddit threads to figure out how a book is published or something, right? I fortunately have author friends, so I can ask them questions directly, but it is one of those things where it sucks that the internet is just sort of like Dunning-Kruger effect now. Everyone thinks that they know way more about so many things that they don't know a fraction about. It's just really weird. Cam, hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, pull and pay. Unfortunately, it sucks that we're still having that argument with people, too. So it really is like some people just don't know yet. Don't know how bad the stuff is yet. But it's why, a A lot of us try to talk people out of stuff, right? Cam, thank you for the 35 stream streak. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Quachi, welcome to the stream. Hello, hi. Welcome on in, Mystic Mojo as well. Welcome, everybody. I'm crocheting a worm, and it looks like a peanut. Maddie, you just finished a mushroom. So, there, I'm sensing a bit of a theme here. Just hire people that are experts in their field or train them how to do the job. Exactly. Again, just pay people what they're worth, and you'll get good work out of it. Just pay real people, pay real creatives. It is actually that simple. But a lot of these billionaire types out there, tech CEOs, you name it, are afraid of death so much that they're like, I need to make so much money right now, this very second. If number doesn't go up, it means I'm dying. So profit only go up. And how can we cut corners? How can we lay off 1,000 staff and then replace them with 4 guys who just write prompts into an AI generator, right? And that's the way that a lot of these like end stage capitalists kind of think. And it is a really annoying thing because there is very little we can do outside of just not engaging with those products. But that is the power you do have. Just don't engage with that shit. Don't use ChatGPT. Don't fucking like watch the AI actress movies that are going to be coming out. Whatever. That is where we do have like a little bit of say in stuff. And there's always going to be people who cross the line out of curiosity, quote unquote. But at least do stuff with your own actions, make your own executive decisions. Yo, what's up, Tiny Monster? You're looking very butt as well tonight. It's nice to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. I don't mean to keep making cozy woodland peeners. You're really in a bit of a theme here, So they're afraid of dying, yet just killing everything around them without hesitation. It's all about sucking as much resources out of everything that they can. It's really a bummer. Just endless. How can we exploit this for profit? Exactly. Please yell at me to go to urgent care tomorrow. This cough is getting worse. Merm, oh no, I'm so sorry. I really hope that you're able to get some kind of diagnosis or treatment that's going to help you out. That's such a bummer. Yeah, please take care of you. But yeah. Oh, yeah. Glitter guy. Exactly. You got to make that choice in that moment. You went, nope, I'm not going to consume anything you, quote, make because you're not even the one making it, right? It makes me mad how many people want to cut corners, especially in art. Right. And that's the other thing is like, being alive, we all have a very limited amount of time, not to get too grim about this, but we do have a very limited amount of time. And none of us know how long that's going to actually be. And that's not to be, again, very grim about this. That's more of like the reminder of it is kind of a fucking miracle any of us are here at all. That we have a planet that developed the way that it did so that human beings were able to develop like complex thought. That we live on a planet that's just the right amount of distance away from a bright star that allows life to thrive on this planet with enough resources for us to sustain ourselves. Why is the meaning of life not to do something awesome that affects other people in a positive way, to share a part of our soul, an expression of who we are, and the brief identity that we get to encompass in our lifetime? Why would that not be enough for some people? Making the most money in the moment, there's long-term profit plans out there that many companies have lived on for years that don't require us to just dive into every life and soul-sucking gimmick that has ever been thought of by an uncreative, unfunny tech bro. It is one of those things. It just bums me out to think about that it's like you want to make so much money this second because you're afraid of what's going to happen later, instead of setting up a system that people are going to enjoy and embrace and perpetuate forever. It's really, really a bummer. It's really a huge bummer. As someone who enjoys making creative shit, I hate that I'm bound by the places on the internet. Like, I remember when the internet was, everyone made their own web page. And if you wanted to, like, follow someone or check out what they were doing, you'd go to, like, websites. You go to web pages and stuff. And it was just all about whatever creativity they were outputting. It wasn't about the speed they were putting things out. It wasn't about how much money the thing that they were putting out. Like, to a degree, yes. I'm not going to act ignorant and pretend that I've ever existed when capitalism wasn't there. But at the same time, it's like so strange. Everything is like relegated to just apps now. It's just, everything's just an app. Everything's a social media site. Everything is, you're only allowed to make videos here. You're only allowed to do live streams here. You're only allowed to talk about your feelings on this microblog site. Like, it's just very bizarre, and it's a huge bummer because the human spirit wasn't meant to be constrained in that way. That's just very bizarre. It's not real. It's not real humanity. And as a result, we've crafted this fake reality that we all get angry about and that we all try to survive. And sometimes, a lot of the times, it makes things worse because it's just amplifying things that are going on in real life to this hyperbolic degree that a lot of us are unable to escape. And that's another shitty part about it, is like we're creating more issues than actually exist and having like fights in kind of a fake reality online. It's just such a bummer. It really stinks. We are a species that evolved to a point where we can sit around and make pretend planets around pretend stars. Exactly. We are also a species that earned the right to like sit around and eat fruit at the beach, but instead we invented the IRS, right? Meatspin.com. Oh yeah, the #1 website. Surfing the web like we used to is basically dead. I was talking to Alana Pierce about this the other day, but like I remember being so excited to have the school day end and running in from the bus and through my front door, jumping on the computer, listening to the dial-up tone and being like, oh man, I can't wait to like see if my favorite website's updated anything. And then being like, oh, that's so cool. They're talking about like a new Pokemon that's going to come out. Oh my God, they're working on Pokemon Gold and Silver. Oh shit, that's so neat. We only have rumors from like loosely translated shit from Japan. Oh, that's really cool. All right, I'm going to log off. I'm going to go like do my homework and eat dinner. I'm going to go like, I'm so inspired by what I just saw on the internet. I'm going to go like work on my own drawings or whatever, my own writing. Like, I don't know. I'm amused that having a web page is now called Indie Web. Is it real? Oh, we are old. Funky, hello, hi, welcome. I miss Jeeves. I hope he's doing well. I hope that he got to retire after being the internet's butler for so long, right? It's putting people into echo chambers. It's just sad. It is, and that's the other thing too. Is like obviously there's a lot of like horrible divisive language out there, and it's making people not understand the difference between like setting boundaries and actually trying to divide people. And that's like a whole nother social aspect of this that really bothers me and makes me so sad. But yeah, there's like, yeah, the computer room at school. Yeah, right? Like shit. Hey, can I use the computer room? I promise I won't go on to Cool Math Games. Yeah, exact message boards, Sailor Moon message boards. I feel so bad for all of you who are way younger than me. I really do. I love y'all, and I want you to have positive experiences when you're on the internet, which is why I hope that you being here hanging out with like a bunch of people who are like-minded and want the best for you and want to give you a place to just kick back and relax. I hope that I'm able to provide that in some kind of tangible way with the platform that I've been given, because I'm getting older. And again, like I said last stream, it's made me start to reflect on how I use my presence online and what kind of person I come across as. And I'm never going to cater to people, but at the same time, I want to be a lot more intentional about like making that message clear of, I hope when you're in my chat, you're watching my streams, whether you're lurking or participating in the chat discussions, you're just having a good time for the most part. Or if we're talking about something crappy like this, you feel that like togetherness, because that is an old school vibe that doesn't really exist as much online anymore. It really doesn't. I feel bad that you never got to experience going to someone's crappily made GeoCities page to read about Sailor Moon rumors. I feel bad that you didn't get to go and be a part of like fan fiction forum boards the way they used to be. I feel bad that you didn't get to do like silly AR marketing. As much as like this is an anti-capitalistic rant, like it was really fun when a company was like, hey, Mountain Dew is teaming up with the team behind Halo 2, and if you get one 20-ounce Mountain Dew bottle, you can go to the website inside of the cap and you can enter in the code and you can get like a wallpaper for your computer with Master Chief holding 2 cool guns. Like, that was really neat. It was fun. There was character. It was varied. There was so much variety out there. And it just like, it's such a bummer to see what the internet's turned into. It really is mainly just social media now. And people are just mean to each other on social media all the time without actually having any sort of constructive criticism. And man, that sucks. I hate that. I hate that you missed out. It's the Bo Burnham song of Welcome to the Internet, where he has the interlude in the middle, and he goes, you know, it wasn't always like this. And the first time I watched that special and he said that line, I burst into tears. I miss the internet the way it was. I miss how things were. I'm really blessed to have this community here where y'all listen to me yap and we have great discussions. And it is a lot like a real-time forum board in some ways, just vibing out here, watching a dork play video games and get updates about the world and whatever. But, like, man, it was a much more, I don't want to say innocent time, but it was a different time. It really was. It was like just, it felt lighter. It really did. The internet wasn't a necessity yet. It was an optional thing that the people who were on it really wanted to be on it. And it's not really that way anymore. It's almost like a requirement. So, Coke Rewards flashbacks, exactly. One day I played a bunch of old Flash games, realized how many games were branded, but at least they were fun. Exactly. I mean, I went to Cartoon Network all the time. CartoonNetwork.com and played the Teen Titans fighting game, and I went to Nickelodeon.com and played the Nicktoons games. Like, shit, that was I did that into college. I was having fun doing that stuff. Like, basic cable internet. Like, dude, so much of the internet's been sanitized in the name of being, quote, kid-friendly. I miss the days where kids had to ask permission to use the internet. Right. It's like, gosh, there used to be like, this is the adult section. You shouldn't be here, basically. Yeah. Dork, hey, listen, I'm a bleeding heart sentimental first and foremost. Y'all know that. Remind me to spam media review with some indie web pages. Us older millennials, all three of us will get some feels. Honestly, I would actually love that. That would be like a really fun thing to add to some. Like, we're gonna cringe at like how unfunny, unwitty a lot of like millennial humor was. But, like, it really was, like, a special time. It was a lot, I don't know. I don't want to call it naivete, but we weren't yet imagining the worst-case scenario that things have kind of become online. We weren't yet. We were, like, normal people. You know? Just normal men. When Nabisco had games on their website. Dude, yeah, I played, like, the Oreo games and shit. There were also kid-specific websites for them to go to, like the internet equivalent of Playgrounds. Right, and now instead you have an edgy 15-year-old arguing with an adult who, for whatever reason, is holding a child to adult standards in an argument about some fucking thing that's happening around the world. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's not real. It's like, do you know how angry I get when I'm out in public and I see an adult trying to talk to, like, a kid and yelling at them the way, like a 7-year-old is gonna understand adult logic? That shit's cringe as fuck. And that happens every day online. That happens every single day. You got people in each other's spaces. Again, I mourn the death of third spaces, especially for younger people. I miss when kids had, like, you know, again, anti-capitalism, but also, like, kids used to hang out at the mall. Kids used to go to public parks. Kids used to go to skate parks. Kids used to bike around their neighborhoods, whatever. And we kind of have this loss of that because a lot of them are just handed an iPad when they're 3. And the only socialization that they really know are school, which is a microcosm of real society and doesn't give them a broader understanding of the world outside of their small town. Or it's the internet. And they're sharing that space with, like, really intense adults a lot. And that sucks, dude. I really don't like that. It really bums me out. So, if you're here and you're someone who's like, yo, I'm 22 and I don't remember the world before that you're talking about, I hope this is a fun place to be. I hope watching a boomer play a bunch of video games and yap about shit like this is entertaining to a degree. If you're someone who's around my age, I hope you know that I'm constantly trying to sculpt this place into somewhere where you feel like you belong as well. Where it's got a couple of those old school vibes reverberating through things. Like, I just want to make a good, fun place online. So, yo, what's up, Amy? Welcome. My hometown's been systematically tearing down all the public areas. Yeah, that is not unique to your hometown, which sucks. Yep. It's like, yeah, a lot of, like, public pools are being shut down. Rec centers. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a rising thing. Goes hand in hand a lot with, you know, the rise of, like, bizarre authoritarianism where they're defunding public works and they don't want public benefits. And this is why I always encourage people. I'm like, if you're disillusioned by like federal elections, at least fucking work within your state. At least like vote for local politicians. At least canvass for them and do something to contribute to your local community, because that's where you will find your people. That's where you're going to find the people who are not plugged into the internet all the time, who just want the best for other people. Like, also. Like, that is really where you're going to find those people in your community. So, I don't know. Do the best that you can. I try to. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I stumble over my words. I don't check off every box in a conversation that's a hyper-specific thing someone wants me to. But I try to do my goddamn best. And I hope it's okay. I hope it's a net positive overall. So, truly, I hope that that's something that a lot of you can, like, relate to, resonate with. So, Remy, that's really cute. I love that. That's really cool of your brother to do. Barely Wolf, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Appreciate that. Yeah, state, town, county elections, so important. Exactly, Busby. Yeah, municipal elections matter. They really do. Nightbot just timed out something? Oh, because there was a link in it. She said, hey, don't do that. Yeah. When you're little, the only links you're able to put in that got whitelisted are Twitch clips. So that was Nightbot actually doing her job, even though it was an innocent link. When you're little, all you want to do is grow up and be an adult, and then when you reach an age where you wish you could be a whimsical child again, and it's so sad seeing those kids want to grow up so fast. Yeah, it's a curse that I think has always existed, but it's just really been accelerated by kids being in adult spaces and not having context or guidance. Just really being forged by the fires of, like, sort of the apathetic space that and very, like, technical space the internet's become. And it's a bummer. And it's why I am as cringe as I am publicly. Because, like, I was someone who, for other reasons, was denied aspects of my childhood when I was growing up. So I want to be proof that you can heal your inner child throughout your lifetime. You can discover things about yourself at any age. You can come to terms with things that have haunted you for a long time. So, yeah. Genuinely, the most connected I've ever felt in my hometown is when I started volunteering with small organizations that do art or help out animals. So awesome to see how people come together and aren't always arguing like you see on the internet. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who want to help. There are. Morgan and I obviously donate a lot of our crap when we go by donation centers and get to talk to the staff that work at them. Always wonderful to know there's people out there who just want to help, who want to get those things into the hands of the people who really need them. That there's people still fighting the good fight. So, yeah, representatives and board members aren't the only things to vote on. Absolutely. Yep, tax programs, benefit programs for people in your area, schools, fire departments. Absolutely, Busby. Absolutely. You can help way more than I think a lot of people realize when it comes to, like, involving yourself in the community. And at the very least, you can be like, yo, I don't like the, like, the politics in my area are very, like, gridlocked into, like, everyone here is, like, super red or something, right? Go find an organization that's not. Volunteer a little bit of time. Stuff like that does help. Do what you can to heal and reconnect with your inner child. Absolutely. I think it's so important. Brookie, thank you for the 120 stream streak. Thank you so, so much. Anyway, hopefully that talk was less depressing than it was uplifting, or at the very least, within its brief existence there, taking up time here on stream, it reminded you that other people think the way that you do as well. That there is community, there is solidarity, and the focus of this place, even though it is digital, is to feel like a place where people can belong. Feel like a place where people can, again, be supported in them fighting the good fight. That there's people that aren't out there just to destroy and to consume. That there's people who believe in humanity still, and that human spirit that burns inside of all of us. There's hope. You just might have to make it yourself. Absolutely. And again, we talk about all the time, the nice combo of spite and resilience, right? Spite and hope, really. together is one hell of a Molotov cocktail that can be thrown at the idea of authoritarian control and diminishing community values. It's an important conversation to have. Community's healing and humanity is a beautiful thing. I would not put my face on the internet as often as I do if I didn't believe in connecting with other people at a very fundamental level as a human being. I really, really love connecting with people. I love finding community. I love nurturing it. And I'm really glad I'm able to. So, thanks. Perhaps hope won't look like a peenar. Also, oh my god, Photon, thank you for the activating a compliment party. Yeah, let's move on from the topics so that we can just get tonight's vibes going. If you are someone who's never been here for a compliment party, first off, Photon, thank you for saving up so many channel points that you're able to activate that. If you've never been here, feel free to issue a compliment towards someone else in the community if you feel confident and comfortable doing so. I don't know why I said confident. You don't have to be confident when you give a compliment to someone. I very often am like, I hope this compliment lands when I like give it to someone I look up to. But if you want to give a compliment to an individual in the community or the community as a whole, please feel free to do so. I normally don't read a majority of these out loud because this is your time to lift each other up. And again, remind each other of those community connections that a lot of us have between us, which is really cool. So yeah, time to be nice. I will read this one because this one has been resonating a lot recently. The mods work so hard and deserve all the love. Glittergoth, you're 1000% right. Good God. The mods, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know the stuff that we talk about. Fortunately, a lot of the times it's like, again, we don't have like the same level of drama as a lot of communities. We don't have a lot of like problematic elements that we need to sort of like nip in the bud. Part of it is because I have very strong boundaries and my mod team has very strong boundaries and they align very much so. So that makes it a little bit easier, which is great. But gosh, we are always talking about stuff. There's always stuff going on in the background to some degree. Obviously, the most recent thing was we removed the community love venting channel on the Discord. Not forever, more of like, hey, the world is on fire, and sometimes going in there was making people like feel really like they were having a rough time, myself included sometimes, especially when I'd have to be like, hey, I'm sorry, I have to delete this message, but this was really going over a line, and now I'm uncomfy or burn out from it. And that was something that was like hard to be like, hey, mods, delegating that you have to accept that psychic damage all the time. So we thought it was better to just take a breather. We're going to reformat it. We have a lot of really cool ideas that we're working on that will allow people to actually talk about the things they're going through a little bit more in depth without triggering other people, and allow other people to involve themselves in that discussion and more actively support those people. And also while maintaining a lot of like the boundaries that we still have and a lot of the ability to comfortably do that without the people in the community feeling like they're airing all this stuff out and it's just going to be there forever for people to like look at and sort of witness or even go back to or whatever. So it hopefully we'll be able to rework that in a way that works for everyone. So yeah. Yeah, all these great compliments. Thank you. It's very sweet. Thank you for sharing all the compliments. That's really sweet. I'm reading all these in my head. But also, again, I won't read them out loud because this is for y'all to read. This is you to you. That sounded weird. But, like, this is you to each other. There we go. Very sweet things being said. Oh, I love it. I hope that people, especially these ones that are like a little bit more of like a catch-all, that are like to chat. People who lurk are also including themselves in this. Because again, it's not like someone joins the community, says something, and then the people are like hopping out of lurk to be like, hey, fuck you. a lot of the people who lurk here are just vibing and enjoying whatever energy we got going on in the studio every night. And I'm really grateful that you're a part of this and you continue to watch me and continue to enjoy being here with all the miscreants in the chat, right? So thank you, like truly. Big shout out to the lurkers as well. You are also included in all these really kind messages about chat as a whole that the community is sharing here. Compliment mosh pit. Open up the pit. Yo, what's up, Jace? Welcome. We are in the middle of a compliment party, so feel free to soak up some good vibes in your lurk. Enjoy your lurker, or your lurk. Enjoy being a lurker is what I meant, but yeah. Love how kind yet real this community is. Listen, we're a group of adults on the internet, and the last thing I want to do is like infantilize people. I want to allow people to like, but while also maintaining the boundaries that it's like we're not talking about super triggering shit that's gonna like ruin someone's day in an inconsiderate manner. That's kind of the balance we've always tried to strike here. So, and it's gone through various iterations, and I've overcorrected at times, and we've had to like rework sort of our approaches to things. But it's a constant work in progress, and we always appreciate that everyone's just like patient and willing to bear with me and the mods as we figure out stuff. So, so many nice things being said. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being wonderful to each other, truly. And again, please don't feel pressured to participate or anything. But those of you who are, thank you for the kindness. Emiato, hello, hi, welcome. Chat's the chattiest chat to ever chat. We do be yapping here a lot about, like, literally everything. So, I don't know, I have fun. When I go live, it's for selfish reasons as well. It's because I like hanging out with this group of people, truly. So, thank y'all for making it so easy to just, like, be a part of what we do here. I want to compliment Becca for dealing with the weirdos in stream. Wait, there were weirdos in stream? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is annoying to deal with, but the internet do be internetin'. Yeah, Brookie, that's an accurate use of emotes as to what this stream looks like. I'm Popcat yapping at chat, cat sitting there. And then they're just like, what is bro yapping about? What is Unk yapping about? I also really love how much this chat crosses over with Morgan's chat, and it just makes it feel like such a cute little cozy community. Morgan and I have always looked at the overlap between our communities. I mean, proximity-wise, it was going to happen since, obviously, we talk about each other a lot and are very connected. But, B, we really do like the idea of, like, our viewers are our viewers, comrade. Like, both of us, yeah, we like seeing the crossover. We like people who are like, hey, we're here to enjoy, like, what both of you have to provide. It's cool. It's really neat to be able to recognize people across communities like that. So, compliment for me? Excuse me. Always been someone I could look up to both in content creation and voice acting, dealing with life and growing older in this modern capitalistic hellscape. Thanks for being here, for putting yourself out there, for not letting the darkness of the world dim your authenticity and your light. Big preach. I appreciate that a lot, especially because most of the time I just feel like I am the most unhinged, unnatural human being on camera that could possibly have a platform. So thank you. That's very kind. We were playing Community Jackbox. Randos were being awful. See, that's part of the reason I've held off a little bit on Jackbox, because we're going to attract some real weirdos. But me and the mods will discuss whenever I finally have time in my life about how we can set up some safeguards for that. It will go down, though. I promise you. I promise you it will go down. So, big preach for Brian creating a lovely community. I didn't create y'all. You're all individuals who just happened to gather here, and I don't know why still, but I'm really grateful that you did, because we've been able to build, especially this iteration of the community. I keep saying that, right? But even a couple years ago, this community was very different. The people who were here regularly, the vibe of the community in general, it was pretty different than what it is now. It still retains a lot of the soul and the heart. We've kept that consistent. It's not like I've completely changed as a human being, and it's not like it's been full turnover. But I did take a lot of time away, and when I came back again in recent years, I've been really much more intentionally thinking about how I want to build up this place online. So I didn't create this. Y'all helped me create this. Y'all have been very wonderful, like truly. It's so easy to do what I do because of all of you. So we love our aunties. Thank you. Hey, Bryant. Oh, God, not my name in full caps. So real with us and treat us like actual human beings, and thank you for that. I get how sometimes we could all seem like just colorful little usernames in chat, but as far as you can, in a parasocial online way, you see us as individuals and actually care about what we're dealing with type shit. Well, hey, I think a big part of that is because I have been doing this so long. I notice in a lot of content creation spaces, especially people who have been doing it a long time but just recently started getting their big breaks in the past few years, especially since like the 2020 era, or people who sort of came out of nowhere and became like new creators who were successful off the bat. It is easier, especially with how aggressive algorithms are and the emphasis on making money and flexing, or at least like constantly talking about wins you have, only talking about your opportunities, you know. They struggle with that a lot, and like finding that line. They're either completely analytical and they see everyone as a number, or they get way too parasocial and they welcome people into aspects of their life that are frankly, in my opinion, kind of inappropriate. I try to be really careful about that. Also, I had a whole life before I ever became a full-time content creator 8 years ago. So, and even before I started making content regularly, I was still, working a job and stuff. Like, and then when I started doing like 2 YouTube videos a day and building up a community, I still had like all that experience of being like a full-grown adult. And I remember like engaging with a lot of content creators right off the rip in early YouTube days, who would like talk to their community like they were children. And I was like, nah, that's icky. I don't like that. You know, I don't want to be ordered around by a content creator or like talk to like I'm like a fucking idiot or something. And like I just don't want to bring that energy here. Sometimes I'll get like snappy or sassy and banter and shit, but it's just because I'm a moody bitch. It has nothing to do with like what I actually think of people. So unless it's like a rando troll, in which case like yeah, I'll eviscerate them. But it is one of those things. Like I've also had the privilege of, back when I was more relevant, getting to go to conventions a lot as like a headlining act, a person who was invited there to sell more badges to the convention or event or whatever. And I've gotten to meet thousands of you in person. That usernames are not just usernames to me. It's what you chose to call yourself. It's part of your identity and extension of who you are. There's always a human being behind that. There was always a human decision to do that. I can still vividly remember the faces of so many of the people in this community. And that's a cool thing. It's a really neat thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, my whole intention, especially these days, is infusing this place with humanity in a very sterile, cold internet. I want a little bit of warmth. I want a little bit of connection, you know? So, your Unhinged is parallel to my Unhinged, as we've seen from all the times we've brain synced. You've helped me feel like I can be my authentic self and still have people gravitate to me like we did you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. You're so inspiring. No, the compliment parties are supposed to be for y'all, not for me. You're so inspiring and you're so beautiful inside and out. I don't have much words tonight, but I'm so grateful for you. Well, thank you for the the outside compliment, because, gosh, I've just been looking in the mirror a lot recently. I asked Morgan this earlier today, and I was like, do you think people can tell I am falling apart as much as I am? Outside of the moments that I like very directly say that I am falling apart. Do you think I like physically look like I'm like degenerating and like, because in my brain I have like this stringy greasy hair. I'm like the bags under my eyes, they are dark and they're intense, but they're like hollow holes around my eyes. Like I'm a picture of that old horror game monster, the Rake. and I'm getting like all spindly and weird and droopy and melting basically. And I'm like, she was like, what are you fucking talking about? She's like, you look tired. You sound tired. The posts you make are definitely like, you're sad, but you seem pretty normal for someone going through like an intense volume of grief right now. So obviously self-image is going to decline a bit as I'm dealing with like an extraordinary amount of depression at the moment. So thank you for the compliment. That is very nice. So you're the epicenter, not part of the community. Well, see, I've never looked at it that way though. And you've been here for such a long time, Liz. You've heard my like logic behind that. I understand that like I'm a focal point of a lot of what's done, but at the end of the day, like I do like that this is a collaborative effort, comrade, you know? So you're beautiful. Thank you. That's very nice. You're masking very well. Am I really? Because sometimes I'll put up like 3 stories on my Instagram stories and I'll be like, oh, I overshared and I am a freak. Like regularly. I'm getting past, ironically during all of this though, I have been, because I think it's just because there's so many big problems I'm dealing with that are like real life problems that again have nothing to do with the fake reality of the internet, that I am like, you know, I'm not doubting that I'm like an okay person as much. I used to just like every stream be like, oh my God, I think I might be the worst human being that's ever lived. But now we have the worst human beings that have ever lived constantly yapping away on the internet and saying egregious things in the news and everything. And I go, you know what? I'll never be that bad. I'll never be that problematic. If someone comes after me specifically, they probably do not have their priority lists very like organized very well. Like I've said shit that is not great in my past. I always fess up to that. I'm a human being who's made mistakes. I have rough edges. I am not everybody's speed or flavor. But I do the goddamn best I can. And that's all I can really do. And that's how I choose to survive. So that's like kind of how it is. That's my existence online. Nothing a stranger online says about me can ever hurt me as much as I hurt myself inside also, as I say. Spark, hello, hi, welcome. Oh my God, y'all, I might actually fully update my PC for the first time in 2 to 3 years. Let's freaking go. We are humans navigating through sometimes unimaginable things and continuously evolving and learning. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like, things, that's the other thing. So much shit is happening. Like, the internet to the scope that it's at, sorry to, like, bring it back to this talk. We were never supposed to be quite this connected, right? like, there is like, if you only focused on the U.S., like, there is a bombardment of horrible things constantly crushing people under the weight of, like, the realization, right? But it's one of those things where it's just like, so much is happening so fast all the time. I am exhausted, dude. It's so tiring. It is impossible to react to everything with a fully thought out response, like in the real time way that so many people expect from like someone who's a public figure like me. So I pick my battles. Just because I'm quiet about something doesn't mean I am not researching it or contributing in some kind of way towards the betterment of a situation or condition. I mean, I speak my mind pretty loudly and clearly, so I'd like to think that I say enough about some things. But at the same time, that's not a given. Not everyone who does that is doing the work, right? But there's just like so much to interact with. There's just so much to focus on. It's like, it's hard. And I'm just trying to do my best. And if I make a misstep here and there, I appreciate the moments that's happened and the community's just, you know, help me fix my stride versus cutting me off at the knee. That's been really cool. Obviously, there's lines to that. If I suddenly boot up stream and I have a MAGA hat on, I really hope that people just fucking delete the channel for me. I hope people leave in droves. My mind makes up shit 10 times worse than anyone could tell me. Exactly. It's tough. At the end of the day, we're the only ones who live with ourselves. Right? Like, even if you live with other people, you're not sharing 100% of your brain at all times. And this is coming from someone who is one of the final bosses of neurodivergent behavior. Okay? I never shut the fuck up. When the camera goes off, I'm still yapping at Morgan about some random thing. Oh, man, do you see it? They're making Sonic the Hedgehog 4? Like, you know, like some shit like that. It never stops. I have just unstoppable ADHD. But it is one of those things where, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm doing my best to deal with a brain that just is always going to be a little bit meaner than reality. On the one hand, thank you for not actively instigating World War III. On the other hand, why is the bar there? If the bar is at World War III, what kind of drinks are they serving? Nuka-Cola from the Fallout series. I stand by my opinion that humans function best in small communities and focusing on just that. In an ideal world. Yeah, I agree. I think that it's cool to, like, I have a much smaller, less active community than I had a couple years ago. I've seen some people exponentially grow their communities using gimmicks and using bad faith approaches to how they talk to people and foster energies. Tale as old as time in content creation. It's always happened. But I do things my way. I do things a very unique way. We do things really different than a lot of the internet here. And I hope that someday that grows. I do. But I hope it grows because we've set such a strong foundation. Other people are attracted to it and join in for the right reason. And it just gets stronger. Doesn't necessarily have to, like, grow huge. But I just want it to be strong. You know? MAGA hat Gerb would be the worst costume ever. It would be bad. If you show up with a MAGA hat, I'm going to assume you were kidnapped and AI has taken over your likeness. Yeah. You're eventually going to do a Dude Bro stream, but if you went that far, take my side. Oh, yeah. Again, Bass Pro Shop hat is the farthest we're going with that. So, we need better drinks. You know what? I want to try Nuka-Cola, though. It's like, wait, this cola beverage was made that could survive nuclear fallout? Like, I need to know. Make America Gerb again. Oh, God. And then we take over the world. Thank you, Pinky in the Brain. 2 drinks in World War III bar, and it's Nuka-Cola and crab milk. Yeah, listen, honestly, crabs will probably survive, yeah. All evolution kind of, like, converges there, right? Anyway, chat. Let's move on to good news. So we can continue all these talks when I'm power washing and shit. Again, I needed Friday to just decompress after I got another deluge of, like, kind of crappy news today. So just juggling many things. Very much looking forward to just the good, relaxing vibes of tonight. And hopefully I'm able to create some of those for you as well, because hot damn do we all need them. But feel free to share some good news. Let's get that going. If you have anything big that's life-changing, please share. If you've got anything that's silver lining your baby steps, something that you feel proud about, please don't feel like ashamed that it's not something big. Please share with us. We're here to root you on, celebrate you, congratulate you. I'd love to read some good news. As long as we can all comfortably enjoy it together. Share whatever. Really looking forward to it. Anyway, go ahead. Drop your good news. I'll read as much of it as I can. Hopefully people in the community are going to root you on, congratulate you, and then we'll get some power washing going. And I'm excited about that. We're going to power wash these feelings away. It really is like the Cocoa Melon of video games for me. Where it is like oh, hey, I don't really have to concentrate on much when I play this game, except for whatever we're talking about. I love that. It's great. It's like the ultimate. Dude, I got, well, no, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this yet. Wait, no, I think okay, I can. I just realized I'm allowed to talk about this because only the release date is under NDA. Power Wash 2 reached out to me. I got reached out to by Square Enix, and they were like, yo, do you want a copy of Power Wash 2? And I went, yeah, I have 250 hours in the first game, please. So that will be on the agenda soon. We'll see. I saw my psychiatrist again today, and he's going to tweak my meds to help me out more. I love that you have a psychiatrist who's helping you work through and figure out something that works the best for you. That's awesome to hear. That's wonderful. I really hope that you're able to adjust to the new dosage and everything, and things just, like, start feeling better. That's some good stuff. Thank you for investing in yourself as well. Good news, I'm in university now, almost about to take my first midterm. Having so much fun. I'm so glad I get to experience life. I'm so proud of you for that. That's wonderful. Obviously, not everyone has, like, a positive experience when they go to higher education, but I'm very glad to hear that you are having a good time, and good luck with the midterms. I hope those go really smoothly. You and my friend are going through an absolute beating from the universe, like sheesh. It's been rough. It has been. But hopefully I'm living proof that, you know, you survive everything. So I'm trying my best to. Good news, I took a 2-hour nap from 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. 2-hour guy, yeah. The math works out there. I'm glad that you had fun watching Netflix, treating yourself to that after cleaning up the environment. Doing a little bit of Swiffering. Morgan does that to our kitchen floors every now and then. And then it's a not super fun game of goaltending the cats and making sure they don't walk on the fresh, like, Swiffer floor. My good news is that both because they leave litter footprints and because we don't want them to have the chemicals on their little paws and then, like, go to clean themselves and get sick or something. Good news is that more and more people are joining my silly little horror zine. I'm so happy about it. It's also the weekend, so I'm excited to just clean and make paint and relax. Again, so proud of everybody who made it to the weekend. That's so awesome that this project is picking up steam. Love that. Did they give a release date on powerwash 2? Yes, but again, it's NDA. I can't say a single thing about anything. Good news, I'm going to Philly in a couple of weeks for an event. I haven't had a trip in a while, so I'm excited, and I accidentally booked a hotel in the neighborhood. I'm so excited. Let's go. I haven't been to Philly in such a long time. I really want to go back. But, Merm, I hope you have a blast. I hope the event goes really well. That's awesome. Have so much fun. Good news, I had an early... Get a cheesesteak for me, please, if you eat them. Good news, I had an early birthday dinner with my dad. He suggested this new brewery for it. Dinner went really well, and later found out my dad suggested it specifically because it's queer-run and queer-safe. God, Funky. Every time I lament my upbringing and the lack of support for who I was, I hear a story like that, instead of lamenting more, I'm just so happy that there's parents out there breaking the cycle. I'm so happy that there's people out there who are just, that's beautiful. That's so cute. That's so awesome. I love that. Good NAR news. Oh my god, everyone's coming up with their own unique way of sharing news. I love it. The Greek food festival was great. Of course it was. It's a Greek food festival. God. It's their 52nd year. Keeps getting better. My favorites this year were the spanakopita and the baklava sundae. Got to hang with my brother and cousin, which is also pretty cool. Maddie, I love that for you. When I lived in Florida, one of the best things that happened was I became friends with a Greek dude who lived down there, who happened to have moved there from the Rochester area. And I was like, oh my God, also from the same area, like we got to get to know each other better. And we were like the biggest of pals, but he took me to like every single Greek festival in Florida. And we became friends with all of the like aunties there that cooked. And as a result, like they would just like at the end of a festival be like, hey, we couldn't sell this gigantic like 10-pound pan of rice pilaf. You guys just want it? And we'd be like, oh my God, we have to pay you. And they'd be like, $5. And we'd be like, yes. We'd just have like rice pilaf for a week. It was the best shit. I loved it. Also, I'm very behind on chat. I'm sorry about that. That's just what happens with good news these days. But I want to give, because my schedule is not consistent, I want to give everyone a little bit of a spotlight. I promise I will get to the current conversations and try to remember what we were talking about. Good news, I'm making a gourmet meal for my wife tonight. Baked potato with butter and sour cream, lobster tail on the side to mix in whatever you want, garlic French bread with French butter, a baked artichoke to die for. Keanu, when I get rich, can I hire you as my personal chef? Except here's the caveat. I'm not only hiring you as the personal chef, but like you're not just gonna wait on me. We're going to cook food together. You're going to teach me how to make really good food, and I'm just going to pay you a lot of money. Is that cool? Cool. Good news, my spouse's neurologist has come up with some ways to start implementing systems to alleviate some of his TBI symptoms. I'm jazzed for him, but also myself because I'm very hopeful it will also alleviate some of the pressure on me in terms of caretaking for him. Very excited about it. I love hearing about when... Jesus Christ. Maj, thank you for the 38 months. I appreciate that big resub. I love hearing about things that are not only going to be quality of life improvements for people who are undergoing something, but also the people around them. How much hope and support there is for that person on their journey. Obviously, it's your spouse, but at the end of the day, the less stress, especially going through something right now where like my family is truly imploding in so many ways that I didn't foresee happening due to my sister's health stuff. off. It's like, it's so much stress to the people around as well. And that's not blaming the person who's undergoing whatever condition. That is more of like an objective fact. You are stressed for that person. You want to see them get a little bit better, even if it's something that's like, yeah, a big medical change or something. So really fingers crossed for the both of you. Almost made it to the Peak solo yesterday. Oh my God, Xander, I got to play more Peak. I want to do Peak solo. I want to try it at some point. Got 3/4 of the way through the kiln before I ran out of stamina and unalived. Oh no. Hope you had fun doing that though. That is a blast. Love, love, love that. All right, I'm scrolling down. I'm getting caught up, I promise. Good news, my supplies for this week's photography project came today. They seem like they're going to be really fun to use. We love the little handheld fog machine we got. God, I love a good little handheld fog machine. Adds so much to pictures. It really does. Still need to come up with some products to take photos of, but I know one of them is going to be Labubu. That's so fun. I'm glad that you're having a blast with all of that, and I'm glad that the supplies are coming in. They have vegan cheesesteak. Honestly, Merm, I wouldn't be surprised in this day and age if there's vegan cheesesteaks out there in Philly. They're trying to accommodate for everyone, right? My good news is that I've been diagnosed with vitamin deficiencies after a few weeks of vitamin supplements. I'm starting to feel more energetic. My emotions are coming back. Rat, it is wild, right? Obviously, I don't have to explain to you because you worked in the same field I was in. But it is one of those things. Like, it is wild, the psychosomatic stuff, and also just physically taking care of our body, the things that affect our mood. I'm so happy to hear that you've got to the bottom of that. A lot of people don't realize that, like, yeah, vitamin deficiencies, even if you're eating a balanced diet or even if you're taking supplements, sometimes those, like, over-the-counter things aren't enough. Glad that you got to the bottom of it and you're experiencing some improvement. Really, really like that. Chad, if you feel like you don't have good news, the good news is that you're still here. Absolutely. That's my good news, is that y'all made it through the week. I know it sounds, again, very flimsy as far as a compliment goes, but as someone who has just experienced a lot of life and known a lot of people and seen a lot of tragic things happen, the fact you made it through, you pushed through every challenge you faced, big, small, a nuisance, or something that was catastrophic, you're still here with us right now. I'm really proud of you, and I'm really grateful that you're here. The community is not the same without you. It really isn't. My good news, after being in psychiatric care for 17 years, I was finally diagnosed right. I'm not happy about having bipolar disorder as it's chronic, but I can finally get the correct treatment. That is, I mean, it's the first step. I'm glad that you're going to get the treatment that you deserve and that you have deserved this whole time. I really hope that the new treatment is able to improve some facets of your life. Thank you so much for sharing. And good luck, truly, good luck. If I missed anyone's good news, by the way, nothing personal in that. There's just a lot in the chat, so I will try to get caught up on a bunch of it. Feel free to repost if I missed it. But also, keep in mind, I'm like 5 minutes behind on chat, so it's not necessarily I missed your good news. Wait until I say, like, I've caught up because before you repost, because I might have just, not gotten to it yet. We also have a Lebanese festival, huge Lebanese population. I think I mentioned that, right? Like a couple streams ago. Lebanese food is one of my favorite cuisines in the world. It's so good. Grew up on Lebanese food since my dad's boss's family essentially adopted us. I love that. Definitely recommend for fans of Greek food. Absolutely. There's so much crossover between Lebanese and Greek cuisine. Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cuisine share a lot of properties, which I love. Again, it just shows we have a history of that kind of trade. I always talk about how food and music are the two great equalizers in the world, where across cultural borders, across like history, people are able to share an aspect of their culture that people can just enjoy at a base level. And I love that. I love hearing about, wow, yeah. I'm down. I'll make you whatever you want, hypothetically. All right, Keanu. I'm going to do a bunch of scratch-off lotto tickets. And hopefully I'll get to $20,000 a month for life one. That would be good. Then you're on payroll. All right. Good news, came back from visiting my college friends in Philly. Miss them so much. Oh my God, everyone's in Philly. What the heck? I gotta go. I'm so glad you had some good time with friends. It's always nice to. I had a friend from high school I haven't talked to in like a year reach out to me because he was like, "Yo, I haven't reached out about what's going on with your sister because I really have not been able to form the words of like what I mean." So this is me reaching out, and he just like we caught up for a little bit, and that was really nice. Always feels very sentimental when that happens. Good news here is that today went significantly better than the last two, and I got to hang out with people after work and play silly little games. It was fun, and I made popcorn. Wheelo, I love that for you. Very, very happy to hear that days are improving. Very happy to hear that you're surrounded by good people. Those friend groups, a lot of people, you know, we get down on ourselves. We self-isolate. A lot of us have trauma. That's that. But honestly, our friends are our support system a lot of the time. And hearing about people being able to spend friend time, that's lovely. I love that. There are vegan cheesesteaks. When I lived in Florida, I had some with wormy. If they got them in Florida, which is not the most progressively inclusive place, they definitely got those in Philly, some vegan cheesesteaks. As passionate as people would be, where they'd be like, that's not a real cheesesteak, then as someone who, again, has been to Philly and knows many people from it, I know the attitude there. You're still probably going to be able to find it. So, considering the horrific timeline we're in, I'm glad y'all are here too. Absolutely. Good God. We have to bond together and band together throughout hard times. You don't make it through life alone. You really don't. One day I'll remember to take my meds before I get into bed and get cozy. Oh, I forgot last night. Morgan had to remind me like while I was in bed already. Also, I think I am caught up on good news. My dog got into my cat's food tonight. Oh no, my cat came to me to report a problem. Dude, we've been suffering because Elsa and Sig have been eating each other's food. And obviously Sig's on a very specific diet for his kidney disease so it doesn't get better, or so that it doesn't get worse. And we were like, no, Elsa, you're killing your brother. Don't do that. So it's been such a pain in the ass because we have to feed them in a staggered schedule now where we only feed one of them at a time. And then once one is occupied with their food, we feed the other one. It's just a pain in the ass, dude. So, good Lord. Corey, thank you for the raid, by the way. How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you so much for sharing your community. Really appreciate that. Please, please, please let us know what you're up to while those of you who raided in read the rules so you don't get timed up by Miamod or Nightbot. But welcome on in. I'm going to be doing some Power Wash Simulator here momentarily. We just got through good news, so if you have any you'd like to add, feel free to drop it. Or if I missed your good news, feel free to repeat it here in the chat, and I will gladly reread that. And then we'll get going here. I'm excited to just yap a little bit. Power Wash Sim. Returning to my roots. Obviously trying to prove to John Power Wash 2 that I'm worth sending a key to. But yeah, we'll be good yaps tonight. We always have like some really good talks. My boyfriend noticed there's an Iraqi bakery across the street from my psychiatrist's office. He went and it was good. Oh my God, that's, I mean, I've never had, I don't think I've had Iraqi food ever, but I would be so intrigued to try Iraqi baked goods. I am not someone who's like a scared eater. I am very much like, that's like the one neurodivergent trait that I avoided. And then it's like extreme level 11 for everything else is I not afraid to try new foods. I'm very adventurous, except for things that like look a certain, like I don't like, I've tried octopus fried, like calamari squid stuff and you know, like takoyaki and whatever. And I don't really like either of those, but if you give me like a unprocessed piece of like seafood, I probably won't eat it. I get like a little bit weird about it. And it's not even like an ethical thing. It's just like my brain is like, nope, not correct. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Kicking off October with Little Nightmares 3, or Little Nightmares 2. I was like, 3 didn't come out yet, did it? Because I was like, I'm a washed bag of potatoes if I didn't freaking do Little Nightmares 3 tonight, if it came out. I'm so excited for Little Nightmares 3. Number 2 was one of my favorite horror games I played back when it came out, so I hope you've been loving it, Corey. I can relate. My cats need to be fed in different rooms. Yeah, and yet they're still trying to eat each other's food. Absolutely. Good news, all episodes of my project are written. I'm working on my next project. Yo, Corey, let's freaking go. Keep that ball rolling. Love hearing about people getting into creative momentum like that. Very good. Yaps here are honestly the best on Twitch. And I'll say it again with my chest. I can't just even begin to express how flattering that is with you using a Chris Mel emote, because I love the Burger Shack. I love the weirdo yaps that Chris gets into. Squid and octopus is tricky to fry up. If you go too far, it's too rubbery. Yeah, that's also another thing. I've bitten into like too much calamari where it was too rubbery, and I was like, not for me. There's an Iraqi-owned bakery and the cafe near my university that I really want to try. Ooh, is this becoming like a thing? Ooh, I hope that they're opening some in Rochester. That'd be sick. 3 comes out on the 9th. Wait, does it? Are we that close to Little Nightmares 3? I made a TikTok back when I started posting on TikTok again, like last year, about Little Nightmares 3 and being excited for it. I'm looking this up. The 10th. Okay. So, oh my gosh. I gotta, like, put in a pre-order or something. Friday. Ooh. Gosh, I'm buying that, like, day one. I might play that. I don't normally play games day one, but the Little Nightmares series was so fun. So fun. God, they're so good. I love the weird little puzzles. I love the creepy art aesthetic. The animation's great. Sound design is so creepy. The chase scenes are not unfair most of the time. The jump scares are intense, yet they feel earned in the creepy atmosphere that the game has. They're some of my favorite horror games. Wash bag of potatoes, you said? Yeah. Having so much fun with 2 so far. There have been many a scream. Yeah, those games, they're the games that they scare the crap out of me without me being like, okay, I'm going to quit because that was just like such a crappy scare. They feel appropriate in universe to whatever you're dealing with. So, and sometimes there's like a lot of telegraphing that they're going to happen, which I kind of appreciate. You were off one day. Yeah, that's okay, Corey. There's going to be a Little Nightmares. Yes! Yeah, I'm so excited. Throat Goat Mommy Little Nightmares 2? Are you calling me a Throat Goat Mommy? Or is there... What? Don't call me that. I haven't had that nickname since college. I'm finally back and sat with veggie tenders and fries. Let's go. Missed the compliment party, so I want to say that you all are wonderfully whimsical, awe-inspiring with the way that you all communicate so naturally, which to someone like me, where my heebie-jeebies make me worry too much. Anyway, y'all, look, juicy pineapple today. Damn. Some of them juicy pineapples. I think that bakery has been there for a couple years. Oh, damn. Okay. Rochester is notoriously behind on a lot of, like, cuisine. Like, we have a good variety of it, but it took us years to build up to it, kind of thing, right? I would love to try some Iraqi baked goods, if this is, like, a thing. Good Nar News Part 2. I've got Spooky Art Market tomorrow. Fingers and toes crossed it goes well. Oh, my God, Maddie, good luck. I hope you have so much fun. That's so cool. Yeah, Corey, the atmosphere in Little Nightmares games, fantastic. The stretchy neck lady. Oh, wait, yeah, I remember her. I was drinking when you said that. So you're implying you're the Shira, you can't use the Mika astigmatism emote against me when I've said far worse than that on stream. So the teacher, yeah, it was the teacher. I was trying to remember what character she was. I remember the character design now. I didn't remember it was the teacher. There we go. Throw go, mommy. I was vibing and doing some quiet me time because of overstimulation, but Throat Goat Mommy got me back. Man, I guess I gotta do a girls' night stream too, huh? Explain my other dark no. That was at the Throat Goat thing, don't worry. Good, I was worried. Thank you for reassuring me not to be worried, because I was so worried. All right, chat. I'm gonna actually call for a bathroom break because I have to pee so badly right now, and you probably do too because you've also been holding it this whole time and not taking illegal pee breaks. So now is the time where Camino pee break. If you've never been a part of one of these, you are legally allowed to go use the bathroom as well. Elijah, welcome. Hello, hi. To be clear, I totally would use Mika astigmatism against you, but I didn't this time. The threat is always there, right? Have fun frying chicken. Oh, my God. Did I not post stream on Blue Sky today? I did not. I'm not happy with the CEO of that site at the moment. Feel free to go check my most recent post as to why. But all social media bad. Find me on Instagram stories. If you have to go use the bathroom, please go do so. Please wash your hands if you do, because my goodness, you're an adult. Wash your goddamn hands, dude. It's not that hard. And then also, if you need to go grab a snack or get into comfy clothes, because we'll be doing sort of like sleepover vibes here tonight, playing Power Wash Sim, talking about whatever the hell. go do so. You know, go refill your drink, talk to Eddie, whatever. I don't know. I'm not here to judge you. I'm simply here to remind you that it's okay to take the edge off a little bit and just vibe. And I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Truly, truly, truly. But yeah, I don't want to talk about what Jay Graber, the CEO of Blue Sky, has been doing. But I will see you when I get back from bathroom break. And if you're hanging out here, you got the mods here to keep you company. You got each other to keep each other company. You'll have Wide Bernie to keep you company. Do not let anything that Merm says frighten you away from embracing Wide Bernie for who he is. I will see you back here momentarily. Do not misbehave. I'll be turning up the music for you, and the air conditioner is on, even though the windows are rolled up. The mods will have to stab you with the swords next to their names, and they don't want to do that if you're being a bad. So don't be a bad. Don't forget to take your meds. Yes, also take your meds. Yeah, do that. This is a great time to grab your meds. Yeah, good med break reminder. The Super Fair was wondering if that's why you didn't. I made a stream post for you on my Blue Sky. Would you prefer? No, you can do whatever you want. I'll probably post there again eventually. I don't know. But it's a concerning backslide into behavior that tech CEOs often have highlighted a lot of who they really are with on other sites these days. So there's no ethical survival within techno-capitalism. So yeah, for the foreseeable moment, I'm using. I mean, I've been saying this for a while. I use Instagram stories the most anyway. It's where I yap a lot on Instagram stories. Yeah, you're all good. If you make posts about me on Blue Sky, I have nothing against that. That's fine. That's A-okay. Do your thing. All right. Enjoy peeing? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's probably enjoyable for some people. It's about to be for me. All right, see ya.
It's funny how the world keeps turning. Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging. And I'm here trying to keep my heart from aching. It's funny how the world keeps turning. But here with you, it's like my life's returning. Whoa, you, I see
The
forever.
other word. Lesbians?
And when I'm with you, we could go wherever. It's crazy, I don't feel the pressure. So take me with you on a new adventure. Starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars. We could be together. We could be together. It's
Hello, you little gremlin. What the heck? Xander, thank you for the 3 gifted. What the heck? Thank you very much for that generosity. If you got a gifted sub, you better be saying thanks. You better be enjoying the emotes. You better be enjoying the sub badge. The ad-free viewing. Until I say something incredibly problematic, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't really want this after all. This was forced on me. We pulled the car over to a rest stop, used the bathroom. That is a good way to explain communal pee breaks for sure. Yeah. He's joining us on the yeah. Bernie is watching the car while I'm going to grab like Slim Jims in the convenience store at the roadside gas station for chat. Okay. Yeah, Jules. Yeah, it's so disappointing, right? But it's just like that sort of like centrist brain tech CEO thing. Again, I don't want to talk about it too much because it just bothers me, but there's been some concerning messaging and sort of vibes from that corner. I'll still use it, but I'll probably use Blue Sky mainly to just post completely pointless crap like, you know, the little like music album reviews I've been doing, stuff like that. And then outside of that, I'll mainly put most of my thoughts on Instagram, and I know that there's going to be people who are like, but Mark Zuckerberg is evil too. And it's like, yeah, I know that. But good Lord, a lot more of you keep up with me on Instagram than you keep up with me on Blue Sky. So, you know, I'll still use it. I'll still repost things. I'll make the occasional post there. But I'm keeping a very wary eye on their C-suite and their terms of service team. Like their TOS team is not wonderful. So, yeah, you know, the internet. Anyway, we got a Twitch stream to do. I hope everyone had a wonderful bathroom break. What about Substack? The community, how's the community? The ownership is not great. One of the dudes is a full-on MAGA supporter. So, which people often, again, they're just surviving within the capitalistic hellscape where we have like techno-feudalism taking over and everything. So it's like, which lord do you want to be a vassal of? Who do you want to serve on the internet? Unfortunately, it's going to go to like one of 5 guys. So you just got to like pick and choose what you feel like you should do, I guess. That said, I don't want to like replace social media with blogging either. I don't feel, some of y'all tune me out halfway through a sentence. So I doubt that me writing giant paragraphs of text is going to attract much of a community either. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Craft a Simple Life. I blogged back in the day. I don't need to do more of it. No one needs to hear from me that way. I'm not grounded. I've never been grounded in my life. Xander, you have always been, actually. You're right. Thanks for the reminder of your own punishment. Unfortunately, all tech CEOs are evil, so at this point, it's just picking which terrible things you're willing to deal with. Absolutely. So, yeah. I'll be in Insta stories a lot. I like that they disappear, and I like that if someone writes something shitty to me, I can just, like, delete the message request, the DM request. Or if they leave, like, a comment on it, I can just delete it and be like, all right, you're banned now. Goodbye. Back with more chicken, less piss. Not the worst trade-off, I'll say it. So, just set up my Substack for my short stories. It's, again, you're existing within a hellscape that none of us chose to be in. I'm not here to, like, morality police you, like, purity test you over every single decision you made. I guarantee everyone here has something in their house that they bought at Walmart. The Walden family is fucking horrific. Just look it up. But, hey, sometimes I have to buy something really cheap, and there's like 5 Walmarts in my town. So if there's one nearby, I might end up buying that thing that I can't get anywhere else in my town. That's just the way that people kind of operate. So I hope that, again, you research things while also understanding we are just trying to survive. And as long as you're not doing something like, well, you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to buy Walmart stock. Or, hey, I'm going to go donate a bunch of money to the Substack guy. Or I'm going to make my entire personality wearing metaverse shit from Mark Zuckerberg. Or investing, just buying like 8 billion goods from this like incredibly problematic retailer, right? We're all trying to just get by, and again, none of us chose this to be the endpoint we ended up in. It's really crappy. Our hands are tied in a lot of ways. So that's where I'm at with it all. It's not who the fuck am I at the end of the day? Even if I did judge you, who the hell am I? I'm a random person on the internet. Like casting morality on another random person on the internet. As long as you're not being a shithead. As long as you're not willingly engaging with really problematic things like to enable those things or the progress of those things. Who am I? Like, I'm just a person with opinion online, the same as any of you, right? So that's where I'm at with it. If I like purity test everyone, I'm no better than the fucking weird conservatives who are saying we can't have certain books in schools. I might not agree with every choice you make. I will defend the right for you to make those choices, as long as they're not contributing strictly to some incredibly heavy-handed fascist shit, right? I can confidently say I've never shopped at a Walmart. Shark, goddamn. Final boss of ethics. It's good to know you. Knowledge is power. Exactly. Do your research. Know how you're incorporating these things into your life. Don't overconsume. Know, like, the monster that you have to coexist with, right? That's all I ask of people at the end of the day. I don't like that the phrase no ethical consumption under capitalism has been like, well, I'm going to go spend my entire $2,000 paycheck on Temu stuff then. That creeps me out when people do shit like that. But if you're like, hey, I really needed this one thing, and I happen to buy it from Temu, who the fuck am I to, like, judge you for that, right? It's like, I'm not... Also, I don't live in your house. Like, you can literally shut the hell up about it, and I'll never know how you engage with the world or how you spend your money. I'm in your walls, but, like, a lot of you have drywall I can't see through, you know? So... In my shitty suburb town, the only real options are Walmart or Target. So if I don't want to order online, then I have to go there. Exactly. And then a lot of the times when you order online, it's from like a drop shipping place that's upcharging you for crap, or Amazon, right? And then you'll have someone banging on your door going, oh, I can't believe you gave money to Amazon. Y'all are on Twitch right now. I don't know. It just, it is what it is. But really appreciate y'all for understanding. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It's like, there's nuance in the world, and a lot of the internet, because we have limited numbers of characters to talk about these things, or it's during a live discussion like this online on a live stream where that's normally not like the focus of every conversation. It's hard to navigate every single layer of this. It's obviously not as simple as I'm putting it. It's not as simple as a lot of people online would make you believe. And that's just reality. So, yeah. Oh, no, rat. Yeah, that's rough. Part of the 401k. It's like, you got to take, like, the fee. You got to, like, take the hit, the penalty, and just, like, get, like, hey, can we actually pull those? So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'll come back. Yeah, you're right. I should go on screen. You had enough Bernie. I gave you bonus Bernie time. Was that fun? So, yeah. Yeah, no, again, yeah, that's kind of like their whole thing, too, is I really hate that Walmart goes in and they go, hey, look at us. We're going to, like, destroy this plaza that a bunch of, like, mainstays your small town had. And also all the local businesses will not be able to compete with us. Like, that is part of their marketing strategy, their expansion strategy. And that's capitalism, baby! Woo! Everywhere online bad. This is why I miss old internet. Gosh. I miss it. Anyway. He's super soaked. You can't. I'm starting up the game. I'm going to start up the game. There's a thunderstorm over me, so I have to go to sleep right now, so I might doze to their dulcet tones. Apollo, take care. Enjoy the thunderstorm vibes. I know that some people get, like, freaked out by them, but I really, really enjoy a good thunderstorm. That's, like, low and rumbly, not the ones that, like, get so intense they scare my cats. But I love a good, like, low rumbly thunderstorm to pass out to. Thanks for hanging out. Walmart loves to come in and undercut all the local businesses until they close up, and the only store left is Walmart. Yep, that is their strategy. It's wild. But yeah. Yeah, that exactly, Rat. Exactly. It's like they move in, they destroy infrastructure, and then they oftentimes just leave empty buildings if they're like, yo, we actually expanded into a market that's not keeping us in the black. And it's a bummer. We're in a drought right now, so I would be thrilled with a good thunderstorm. Like, that's the other thing. Weather's getting weird. Like, there's a lot of places in the U.S. right now that are experiencing heat wave stuff, right? Like, Pennsylvania had like a 90-degree day this week or something. That's crazy. That's wild. A lot of droughts going on. Wildfire smoke still affecting certain places from Canada. I don't know. We're all surviving. We're all doing our best. I had a small child request My Little Soda Pop at the wedding tonight, and I was like, sweet summer child, I would love to. Unfortunately, they have requested all 80s rock and 2005 club music. Millennial wedding. Eliza, welcome. I'm so sorry you didn't get to play that because what a bop. That would be fun to dance to at a wedding, honestly. Been 80 plus this past week. I'm over it. Ugh. I mean, like, bonus time if you're someone who likes the outdoors or, and you don't have, like, a ton of humidity or you like going to, like, the beach, right? We just had one here, but they come and go in, like, 3 booms, which are just so underwhelming. Yeah, I like it when it's, like, the low rumble, like, kind of semi-regularly, right? It's a nice vibe. Doesn't feel like fall for me. Yeah, same. But to be fair, a lot of what's going on for Morgan and me had kept us from enjoying the summer, so we're like, hey, bonus nice days in Rochester where we get like 12 of them a year. Hell yeah. Had huge thunderstorms come out of nowhere with hail the size of marbles a few days ago. Oh my god, the hail is scary. There's like car damage and crap. Oh yeah, I'm like washing a rocket ship. My little rocket ship. It's supposed to be around 30 degrees Celsius on Sunday when I have a meetup outside. Not looking forward to the weather, but I want to go hang out with people. Well, Remy, I hope you have a good time regardless. Maybe there will be some, like, accommodations set up, like tents or some kind of, like, table with an umbrella that keeps you out of direct sunlight. Been 80 and dry. Oh, gosh, yeah, that's rough. You definitely need the thunderstorms. When I told my dad, Slay, new Papa Bear story, it went, what did she want? A song from K-pop Demon Hunters. Was it Soda Pop? That was a Kahoot. That was a Kahoot answer this week. Number 5 in the country. The girl one was number 3. Oh my god, that's so funny. A Kahoot. I love people who use phrases like Kahoot. Ooh, oil stain. On the moon? Wait, how far of the moon can I, how much of the moon can I explore? Let me go, chat. I'm a little lunar rover. Just a little guy trying to find my way around the moon. Will I find an alien? Or cheese grommet? Oh yeah, isn't this the Wallace and Gromit short where they find out the moon is made of cheese, one used to make me really hungry. I was like, I'd try moon cheese. Didn't know we were playing Power Wash tonight. The vibes are going to be so good. Nah, yeah, it's all about vibes. I need them. You need them. We need them. Comrade. Hail did me good. Got a car that's only a few years old for cheap because it only had hail damage, low mileage. There's the racket. There's the life hack. Wait until a hailstorm, go to a used car dealership nearby, and then get a cheap car. Boom. Kahoot, my beloved. Yeah. The moon. We like the moon. Gooner Rover. Why did you just don't say the words? Which girl? Yeah, which Golden apparently. A good pick. To be fair, there's, only a handful of songs in that movie. I kind of hope that K-Pop Demon Hunters 2 has, like, way more music. It'd be really cool. I like that it's a musical. I really do. And also, the other thing I hope about K-Pop Demon Hunters 2 is that they are like, hey, Korean-American voice actor, let's get you in here. You can be random guy in the crowd who goes, hey, I love you, Huntrix! And I'll kill that role, dude. And then they'll pay me probably more money than I get paid to do a lot of voice acting projects I'm in. Just for that line. Because that's the way that big animation works. Not anime, though, but big animation. That's how I got a huge discount on my first car. It had hail damage. Damn, I'm opened up to this, like, new life hack. This is the for real deal. Like, listen, we have, like, 60 people here tonight. 2 of 60 people are like, I got a cheaper car because of hail damage. That's some pretty good statistical exchange right there. I'm going to put this on the TV for Power Wash Sim. So satisfying. Enjoy. Look, Ma, I'm on TV. Yo, what's up, Loga? Hello, hi. Did my usual lurk this time while I game. Excited to vibe with y'all tonight. Have fun gaming and lurking. I love your nerd voice so much. It's so good. Thank you. I am one. So I'd like to think I bring some authenticity to the role for my people. That said, I really want to get... I haven't been cast as, like, a huge, tough, like, monstrous brute character. Because I feel like me and, like, Sungwon have, like, semi-similar voice prints, and he gets all, like, the cool armored dudes who are like, I will crush your skull. And I'm like, I can do that. I want to do that, too. That would be so cool. I want to be in a game where we're, like, twins that do that or something. That would be cool. Like an anime or something. But instead they're like, you look gay. How would you feel being a dude who definitely got shoved into lockers in high school? And I'm like, well, that just happened to me in high school, so I guess I'll bring some authenticity to the role. And they're like, who's really a twink? And I'm like, no other interpretation of this character? No mystery or variety or nuance? No, just you're just a twink. And that's normally what yeah. And you know the worst thing that reinforces that? I've been auditioning a lot lately, and I've been getting a lot of voice roles where they're like, hey, we think you might be an okay fit in this role. And I'm like, oh my god, finally. I get to be like a 38-year-old character who's like, careful out there, kid. It gets rough. But I know you can do it. And then I don't get cast. And I'm like, obviously whoever gets the role, they really nailed it, and they're gonna kill it, and they're gonna do so well. But also, I got an opportunity to not be a twink-coded character, and I blew it. When will I escape the fate that I did not pick for myself? When will that happen? It needs to happen. You look gay. Here's this gay furry. I've never voiced a gay furry. What are you talking about? Never even voiced a furry. I'm like worried because there's like a bunch of anime and video games and stuff that obviously have like characters with animalistic traits that I have auditioned for. And I'm just worried for the time I actually land one, and just the furry joke, like the niche of this community, like the niche subset of people here who just unrelentingly make furry jokes about me, you're gonna have so much ammo, and it's gonna be the worst. Okay? It's gonna be the worst. Hollow Knight just ruined my life, not clickbait. Obviously not gonna say anything more than that. Jules. I mean, that is the Hollow Knight way. Yeah, when will my reflection show who I am inside? Which is probably closer to Mulan. When do I get to be a cute Asian girl? Chat, by the way, speaking of, Halloween costume ideas for me. I'm thinking I'm gonna just, like, go basic, and I'm gonna try to do a Zoe from K-Pop Demon Hunters cosplay for Halloween. But, like, does anyone have, like, any suggestions that you think I'd, like, look cool in? Guy, girl, whatever. Brian is truly ATB. Oh my god, assigned twink by director. Yeah, truly. Just every casting call I get, it's like, hey, we found this incredibly LGBTQ plus scrawny boy who's is just very gay for dudes. Do you want to voice this character? And I'm like, if I gotta, someone's gotta step up to the plate, I guess, and knock this out of the park. And that's yeah. I'm very grateful for the work that I get. I am. Don't get me wrong. I could be getting no auditions. I could be having 0 big studios interested in me. But just like, come on. The hero we needed. Would you like to play a nerd and or homosexual? And then it's me going, why not both? Why not? It's a majority of my resume. Thank you for the sacrifice. Yeah. I am a very noble voice actor, you're right. I am, as the only serious and professional voice actor out there. I'd like to think I'm also noble and stoic and just very... just like a paragon of role model-like behavior. Just probably the best person to ever do it. Ethically, like, intellectually, everything. I'm just so humble about it, too, because, like, I'm just the best at being humble. Obviously. A Goonfap would go so hard right now, would it? This also implies Goonfap not being hard every time we do it. It feels like it's one of the good alerts. I gotta add more alerts, too. I've been dragging my feet. There's like a million off-stream things that I have not had a chance to do yet this year. And it's really bummed me out because, like, there is a bunch of stuff I want to add to the channel. So, thanks for being patient. But please know, work-in-progress stuff is continuing behind the scenes. Insert community gay meme here. Yeah. Yeah, the Ken Jeong gay. It happens. The alert during that speech would have been cinema. Yeah, Loga, the ha is right because out of context, just someone saying Goonfap would go hard here. Yeah, truly unhinged. Yeah, truly unhinged for sure. So, understandable reaction to that. Oh. This is the kind of brain satisfaction I needed, though. Holy crap, dude. Some good shit. Which, to be fair, Merm, your sense of humor, I feel like, benefits from that kind of, like, sort of, ambiguous delivery. I expect nothing less from Merm, but also like, oh. Oh, exactly what I expected still, for some reason. Yeah. Oh, the exact thing I could have predicted Merm would say within 10 guesses. And yet, still, oh. It continues to happen. It's open to interpretation. And you know what? It's that kind of open-mindedness that we really appreciate here. If Merm was ever too hinged, I'd worry she was deathly ill. Or held hostage would be my first guess. I'd just be like, How can we help? Please send a code through your messages of every capitalized letter spells something out, so that we know how to save you from whatever predicament you're in. That's the way that it would be. So, has Loga heard the Goonfap one? I don't know. I do not know. Most people have, I think. It's probably their most used one. I do want to add a bunch more. There's like a billion really funny things out there that would be good for alerts. Also, chat, talking about goon-fapping instead of what should I dress as for Halloween? Hit me with some ideas. See, I don't need to ask ChatGPT anything because I have I have generative AI that's my chat. You too can say a bunch of things that I won't fact check that could be wrong. Mine. Trying to financially grift in here. Yeah, 5 gifted subs to me or $25 tip will silence Merm for, what is it, 5 minutes, Merm? God. Please elaborate. Need information supplement. 6 gifted $30 tip will make Merm worse for 5 minutes. Which, to be fair, has only been done twice ever, and both times I was actually... Not to give you a bad Yelp score, Merm, but, like, not nearly as intense as I thought. I thought it was going to be. That alert's so loud, it scared the poopy out of me. Thank you very much.
For Logo now.
Loga, I hope you enjoyed the... that. Thank you. Dress as Goonfap? The whole band? Zoe from K-pop. Yeah, I mean that one I really want to do. I don't know. Yeah, generative chat. Chat LNG. Oh my god, I love it. I'm not great under pressure. Performance anxiety does suck. I'll give you that. I have heard that alert. It is special. Zoe is a must. Bobby could be good. Got to do Ada Wong and Kiki again off the top of my head. Just like revisit some of the cosplays that like I did well, but like yeah, I bet I could, like, spruce up. Morgan's makeup technique, too. Like, it was good back in the day, but now it's, like, great. Yeah, we could make, like, a Kiki costume pop. And we could make Ada Wong look even fiercer. Be even more of a diva. True. Thank you for those suggestions. Yeah, Zoe... I have to look at some cosplay sites and see if I can get, like, a quick Zoe... from K-pop Demon Hunters cosplay for sure. On a budget. Apparently, worse meant worse at being unhinged instead of more unhinged. So true. Thank you again, Tiny Monster, for the 360 bits. That's really generous of you. Thank you. All for a bit. All for a joke. Wild. I'm trying to think if there's any other characters that you could pull off from this year, but my brain is full of K-pop Demon Hunters. What else came out this year? That's so fair. Yeah, I mean, it could be, like, old characters, too. Stuff that you've always wanted to see me do. And, yeah, anything, like, even Bobby from K-pop Demon Hunters. I think that would be an easy and funny cosplay, honestly. I think that will be a good one. I'm gonna pander to myself here and say Vampire Mommy. That would be kind of, like, just generic vampire. Mommy coded. Like, very, like, spicy. Could be. Tron suit? Ooh, that might get too hot on stream. Also, I won't lie, I have not seen Tron Ares yet. So I'm not, like, fully Troned up. Yes, I'll bark. Would I do, like, ooh, maybe it would be a good excuse. Actually, Merm, your idea would be a good excuse for me to finally buy, like, a corset. I could get, like, a black or red corset, or a black and red corset. And then, like, go, like, semi-goth vampire mommy vibe. That would kind of go well. Yeah, corset, please. Barking already, I see. Oh, Ares isn't out yet? Okay. Yeah, I won't lie. I'm not, like, the biggest Tron fan. They're, like, fine. Like, it's, like, fine. But it's not, like, my go-to, like, old-school sci-fi. I fear I would also bark. Yeah, I've been meaning to get like a corset look going. Sailor Mars with a cute white top and red skirt of your comfortability could be a 7 look too. Oh, true. My Melody? That would be kind of cute. It's funny because, like, anytime we see any Sanrio stuff that's My Melody and Kurumi together, Morgan and I are just like, that's us. That's the two of us. I'm very My Melody. She's very Kurumi. I am bark bark oh woo. Honestly, I do want to do like a Sailor Mars look. Also, that's a good one. Especially, I've been seeing a lot of Baby No Money's TikToks with the Sailor Scout cosplays with Stella Chu. And you know, I really like that that John is in there as well as Sailor Jupiter because he's killing it. But they, God, I can't remember who they got. Was it Boots for Sailor Mars? I think. But I was like, damn, man, I wish I was like kind of bigger on the cosplay scene to have like Baby No Money be like, hey, you'd be a good Sailor Mars. That'd be sick. That'd be so cute. It would be fun. I put one of the videos in media review. They're good. I've been keeping up with a lot of them, but I'm willing to rewatch for the sake of chat and pushing my own agenda. Speaking of Kurumi and My Melody, did I ever post a photo that I turned in to be printed for my assignment last week? I think you'd love it. I don't think I have seen that, so I would love to see that. That's cool. Oh, wait, okay, maybe you did. Did I just miss it? I might have missed it. Feel free, you can repost if you want in the Discord and just ping me. Can y'all yell at Mimi to stop knocking my prescriptions off my nightstand? Listen, the chances of your pet killing you is never exactly 0. Merm saw it elsewhere. Oh, got it. Okay, okay. It was in the Church of Merm. Oh, gosh. Yeah, how's that going, by the way? How's spreading your religion been? It was Peach Jar. Yeah. Oh, it was Peach Jars. You're right. Yeah, it was Peachy. You are right. Yeah. No offense, but I would have loved to have, because she did a bang-up job, too, but I would love to have been Sailor Mars in that. Not that I'm important enough to register on Baby No Money's radar, but, you know, 1 degree of separation from the chaos that he causes. I think I could help add to said chaos. Quite a bit. I have been known to be quite strange. I have been known to be publicly odd pretty regularly. And I think that has taken me kind of far. And could be a boon to whatever project Mr. BB knows is trying to accomplish. Maybe Ethan could put in a good word for you. Hey, Ethan, I know that it's been you know, we've been friends for a while. And that you hate this, but could you pass a message along to a bigger creator for me? We're spreading the new gospel and the cult is growing. I'm personally doing all... Oh, boy. I thought that word out of the corner of my eye was circumstances, but that was... So you align somewhat with the Jewish faith. That's very interesting. I see. I have a cat on my shoulders. Why can't this man pick a normal spot to relax? That's like Elsa. She's just been like, she's been burrowing into Morgan and me when we sleep. Mainly Morgan. In what looks to be the most uncomfortable poses, but it's the one she picks and the places she chooses to be, even though we have a whole comfy bed for her to lay in, where she could have enough of her own space. She just wants to be the cuddle bug, but in as uncomfortable a way as possible for herself and the person she's sleeping on. Sig's been really cute. He's been laying on me lately when I lay down in bed. He's been like laying so his like whole like side of his body is like on my side, and then he's like like from his shoulder down he just like has his whole arm resting on me, and then he just purrs mega big. He's so cute. He's a cute boy. Worm behavior. Yeah, Elsa's got mega worm behavior. So he loves using his using his connections. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. That's another guy. That's another guy. Who, I think they talked about that. They talked about that on like Brain Leak or something. I don't know. The podcast doesn't exist anymore, and I listened to like half of an episode in my life. But yeah, of like when you start getting more of a following online, it's always interesting to see who comes out of the woodwork to like try to ask for a favor, in a way that's like not like a, hey dude, it's so awesome to see you finally make it, been a fan for ages kind of way. It's like a, hey man, I know we haven't talked for years, but yeah, so saw that you've been doing some stuff with like Mark recently. Anyway, huge fan. I think that's so cool you got to do that, but I'm a huge fan too, just if you ever want to pass it along. And it's like, I wonder why you're approaching me this way in this context with this level of awkwardness. Also not strong enough to keep him there for long. I have to kick him off. Oh. I'm thankful Mimi is a tiny baby. That way she stands on my chest to stare at me while I'm trying to sleep. I can still breathe. Yeah, that's the good thing about Elsa. It's incapable of her to actually crush us. Whereas Sig, it's like, oh my god, someone dropped like a dumbbell on me. My boy is large. The Giga Cat. I do be loving on him, though. He's great. He's been a very big comfort. So, I can accept the breathing difficulties as long as he's having a wonderful time and wants to spend more time with me. The things we do, the things we sacrifice so that we can, like, entice our cats to be with us even more. Not that I ever struggle to get Sig's attention, but, like, yeah. I'll make even more sacrifices to, like, 1,000% lock that relationship in. He gets spoiled. He gets pandered to. I feel like Sig would make a good weighted blanket. He really is. That's actually what I told Morgan last night. Was he laid down on me. I was, like, laying in bed before I streamed just to, like, take a breather from life. And, he, like, climbed onto me like that and laid on me. And I was like, aw. And Morgan was like, oh, he knows you're feeling bad, that you're having a rough day. And then I was like, yeah, he really does give, like, weighted blanket vibes. He's really sweet. My boy is large, too, and he conditioned me into giving him second dinners, but we have to cut back, and he yells. Yeah, it's been hard because, obviously, with Sig, we're trying to watch his intake of food that is not the food that is prescribed to him. So, like, treats are very limited unless they're, like, low phosphorus. A lot of the food that he eats is only, like, prescription stuff. But he is constantly whining for food. He's a whiny boy. So what we'll do for, like, a second, quote, dinner is we'll give him his prescription dry food. So we'll give him, like, his prescription wet food. And then we have, like, a automatic feeder that gives these, like, really small servings of food. So we'll give him, like, 1 or 2 of those to just sort of placate him before bedtime. Welcome back, Gray. Welcome, welcome. Still lurky, but I miss your faces. Well, I hope the lurk is going as well as it can. Also, let me get this cute picture up of Sig laying on me last night. This was him laying on me while I was just vibing in our bedroom mood lighting. That's my leg that he's laying on, like my hip kind of area. And then he had his arm, like, wrapped around my knee, and he was just, like, kind of kneading it and purring so loud. He's just like the big buddy. He's just like the guy. He's really reassuring in this moment of turmoil. So, really glad to have him. My wonderful boy. That baby man. That good baby. Yeah, and the whole time he was just like super loud. I love it. Whenever the cat video is finally done, by the way, it's like 85 clips that I've taken over the past few months of both of my cats that I'm editing down, and it's been taking a long time because I don't have the mental energy to do it every day. But I can't wait for people to hear more of his purring because it's so cute. It's so loud. I'm jealous of people who have empathic cats. My little lady will obviously avoid me if I'm crying. Oh, no. That does suck, Nye. Yeah, both our cats are not afraid by big bursts of emotion. They actually come to investigate and cuddle. And Sig especially, like, if Morgan and I, or, like, he notices we're a little bit more, like, logy, we don't have, like, a lot of energy, he comes over and he will, like, nuzzle the crap out of us and lay on us and just spend the whole day with whoever's having, like, a rough day. Follows you around like a shadow. It's really sweet. So, obviously, recently, he's been doing that a lot with me, which has been, again, a great comfort. Epidermis, hello, hi, welcome. How are you liking the game so far? Powerwash Sim? I have 250 hours in this game, so I've always been liking this game. Was talking about how I got some outreach confirming that they want to send me a Powerwash 2 key. So, very excited to see what new features they add and the new mechanics and maps. It'd be dope. I think it's time to try Bedge again. Maddie, good luck. I really hope that it works out this time. I really hope you get a lot of good rest. You two deserve it. We all do. In today's bizarro hellscape. Also, I didn't ask chat, would you prefer tunes on in the background, or would you rather just vibe? Actually, I'll put a poll. Let's do a poll. Washing the moon cheese. We are, so that it's good to eat when Wallace and Gromit dip like a cracker in it. I can't remember. In the I think it was like a movie special or something of Wallace and Gromit. They go to the moon and to find out if it's made of cheese. And I remember it's like apparently this like really delicious moon cheese, and they like put it on, like they take a knife and like spread it on their crackers and stuff. And I remember as a kid being like, gosh, I want that. I want to try that. All right. Music in background. Yeah or nah. You have 1 minute to vote. Use your democratically assigned rights to do so. Feel free to. I'm not partial one way or the other, so I don't really care what wins. And those who vote for something that doesn't win, hopefully that does not chase you away from the stream. Hopefully you're just able to vibe. But I'll have, like, music on really low in the background if that wins. And if it doesn't, then just what you've already been getting for the past half hour. So, we'll see what happens. Wait, let me check the poll. Oh, wow, okay. Holy cow. Sorry to that one person that voted no. You might not win unless we have a whole bunch of votes come in last second. I may be alone in my opinion. Oh, Shark. Shark, I gave you every option to escape revealing who you were. You could have existed in anonymity forever. Yo, what's up, Mins? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mins, I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to go to the P.O. Box today. Today was rough. It was odd. It was not my favorite day of the week. But that's what we got the weekend for. Be a good time. All right. Let's get, like, some stuff going on in the background. Nice and soft. Nice and quiet. And we'll just vibe still. Does this game make you want to clean IRL? My biggest dream in the world is to have enough money to buy my own power washer. Not rent it. A lot of people have recommended, well, just rent one from, like, Home Depot for the day. No, I want to buy one. And then I'm going to be that, like, middle-aged person standing in my driveway, power washing my driveway. Here to chill with the best vibes and folks. Ah, well, thank you so much for joining us. I want to buy a power washer. I want to just, oh, man. Obviously, I know the safety risks, too. So it wouldn't be like I'd mess around like an amateur. I'm ready to, like, actually power wash. I'm really excited to do it eventually. I want that for you. That's the dream. I used to joke to Morgan that, you know, a number of different conditions being met meant that I had finally, quote, made it in content creation. And, oh, yeah, I'm a full-time content creator, the dream. And it's been years since I've met those conditions. And I'm like, why am I so empty inside still? Outside of the fact that my job is an endless hamster wheel that algorithms continue to make less and less creative and more about output. Outside of that, I think it's because I don't own a power washer. That's the new metric. Once I own my own power washer, I'll know I've made it. There we go. People have blasted their skin off thinking it's just like a yeah, people are dumb. Like, why? What the heck? Why wouldn't you research the power equipment you just bought, you silly? Power washing IRL is pretty satisfying. I would do it a lot more if it didn't make my hands feel like they're rattling apart. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, it does, like, cause all that, like, vibration. So I can see that being annoying. I'm excited. Also, I don't own the house that Morgan and I live in, so, like, I can't power wash the outside of it, which makes me sad. But I would absolutely do the driveway. Something criminally underrated about being a proper adult is finding the joy in, quote, boring but satisfying cleaning. It is a cathartic process. It's like, you know, it's the meme of, like, Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill, and it's, like, laundry and dishes. That part sucks, but, like, every now and then you find a task. Like, one specialty task that you're like, I love this. I'm putting a part of me in this. Oh. Power washing is the best way to mop the bathroom. I guess it depends on how well someone installed the grout on your tiles. I've only ever done it on the concrete in the backyard. That sounds satisfying. I want like a little backyard patio to do it on. That'd be sick. Not made of pavers, most likely, because then you destroy like the stone dust in between the pavers. But like a concrete, like little patio or something, that would be sick. My sister borrowed a power washer from a friend and it got stolen off her porch. That's so shitty. That sucks. That would send me on a John Wick style quest. The way that that man in that movie felt about his dog would be the way that I would feel about someone stealing a power washer from me. I'd be like, you don't understand. I have a lot of combat training. And now I'm going to remind you that I do. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to take on the Russian mob and get my power washer back. And they're going to make 4 films and 1 spin-off film about it. It would be kind of cool. And then you guys will go, oh my God, Brian, that is so wild that you did that. I cannot believe suddenly you're living inside of a movie. And I went, yeah, because obviously the silly reality can't be real, right? Like, this is kind of a little bit too crazy even for the movies. Obviously, that's what's going to happen. So, humans will pack bond with anything. It's true. And that's the joy of free will and putting ourselves into things, right? I want to learn self-defense. I used to teach a self-defense course back in the day. And I've taken a number from different specialists. For those who are newer here, I have 2 black belts. I have one in karate. And I have one in taekwondo. Or taekwondo, as Americans call it. And I've been in my fair share of scraps. And where I've gotten to test it. Unfortunately. It's something I didn't like doing, actually, growing up. But at least I know I can fight. So, redoing the Taken monologue about a power washer. Oh my God, I would, though. I would. Are you kidding me? Oh, I have my dream piece of power equipment, and then this freak stole it from me? You don't think I would take down an entire criminal organization for that? Absolutely, I would. Chat is my pack, and I'm the alpha? Oh, God. So when are you going to give us a defense class stream? I'm going to have to charge you the prices that those cost. How much money does chat have? Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, chat. That's right. If you ever screw with me, okay? You'll get the hands. That was my signature move. It was called Adult Child Gets Sad at Something Said online. It's my signature move. 2 cents, I got 2. Oh, thanks for the 2 bits. Pays you to put me down. Yeah, a lot of people, they noticed the katanas in the background of my stream. Those are not just for show. I actually got to go to Japan and study under a grand master of Iaido, which was really cool. Because A, Japan rocks. And B, I got to stand in the shadow of Edo Castle and do sword techniques like I'm in a fucking anime, bro. Are you kidding me? That was the coolest shit of my life, dude. Like, that was the coolest shit. But yeah, I got to study under a Korean bow staff master. That was really cool. I got to learn knife techniques from like a self-defense guy who taught us how to defend against knives and guns, and also use those weapons, which is part of like disarming someone, is also knowing like how to like not then accidentally hurt yourself with it. So there, yeah, I've gotten to do a lot of martial arts stuff. I miss it sometimes. I don't miss it that much though, because again, many of you know the infamous story of I went to LA and Ethan's boxing coach heard that I was a black belt, and he also is a black belt, and he also did like a lot of full contact martial arts stuff like I did growing up. And he was like, I want to spar him. And I went, oh shit, the guy who trained Ethan wants to spar me. That's cool. And then I went and I did it, and he broke my rib because I don't do it regularly. I don't spar all the time the way he does. So I was outclassed a little bit. So, he said I put up a good fight though, you know? He thought that my technique was good, and that was pretty nice to hear. He recognized me as a fellow martial artist, but he still whooped my ass. Yeah, whoa. Never did formal martial arts. Was a teacher and demonstration fighter for an adrenalized self-defense methodology for 7 years. The guy who came up with it is a former Navy SEAL. I knocked him on his ass so hard in one fight, he took a parabolic trajectory through the air. That's fun. It's always wild. I mean, regardless of how people learn self-defense, the one thing I want everyone who worries about any aspect of their lives is to learn how to throw a proper punch. Do not tuck your thumb into your fingers. That is how you break your fingers when you make contact with anything. Your thumb should be on the outside. There's a lot of diagrams out there that will teach you how to do that and how to properly rotate your hips and your shoulder into it, because it's not just coming from the elbow. And I think that's a very useful skill for anyone to have, even if they don't plan on using it. You never know, kind of thing. So I miss Aikido. I don't miss the old guy who taught the only class in town. Yeah, I mean, like any teaching for any subject, a bad instructor, a bad teacher can make or break an experience. So I took self-defense classes back in middle school. I remember nothing. Well, there's a lot of free guides online. There are. And there's a billion different disciplines out there. And now there's like, you know, like hybrid styles where people have gone like, hey, I learned this like base style while I was in like Japan, and then I've applied like these other techniques from like American kickboxing. Like I was part of a karate style that was not about doing like a backflip or doing like a bunch of flashy spinning kick moves. It was about, hey, this person is attacking you. What is the quickest way to break something in their body so they stop attacking you or kill them? And so we were a very practical style that incorporated traditional like Kyushin karate. We had American kickboxing influence. We had a lot of Muay Thai. It was just a whole sort of hodgepodge of a karate style. And then I took a more traditional like Taekwondo style where it was all about kicks and very powerful, speedy kicking. But the karate style that I took, because it incorporated like a lot of like military stuff, like Ace was mentioning, and things like that, it was all about like, what is the most efficient way to incapacitate my enemy? We did like demonstrations, and people would get bored at them because we weren't like the demonstration team that did like, oh, we're gonna put on like jock jams in the background and have like a bunch of people doing backflips over each other before they like break a board with their head. It was literally just like, hey, we're gonna have like some of our students show you what we do here, and they just hold up a board and we just show practical punching or practical kicking, and it'd be like, yeah, that didn't look flashy, but if this student had kicked that high, that would have hit someone in the temple and probably knocked them out or sent them to the hospital. Or here is how you break someone's grab on your wrist. and then break their thumb while you do it. So that was more of our demonstration than anything else. And I think that Ace, what you're talking about, it's more about practicality. And there's nothing wrong with like sports martial arts. Like the Olympics do Taekwondo, right? And it's like, oh yeah, athletes from all over the world are sparring, they are fighting, they're wearing a lot of protective gear for good reason. They should be, because like goddamn, some of those dudes can land some kicks. We focused on like basically my grandmaster was like, hey, I studied kung fu and Muay Thai and did kickboxing and these various styles of karate, and now I want to combine them into like almost like a Jeet Kune Do Bruce Lee hybrid style that's like super efficient. And then we bring it to full contact martial arts tournaments, and we'd fight other schools, which was really fun and interesting. But it was a very big rift between people who did practical martial arts versus people who did athletic sports style martial arts. So that's the way that I learned martial arts. That was how I did things. So yeah, I lose my balance while putting on my jacket. If I was more of a show or offer person, I'd be in trouble. Hey, we don't all have the same skill sets, and that's okay. But you don't need to be a show or offer person to know basic self-defense. Again, the best self-defense are movements that utilize small, unpredictable movements that are from a place of like pure power. If anyone's ever seen Kill Bill and the scene where she punches out of the coffin using the like 1-inch punch technique, we focused on a lot of that sort of conservation of energy that allowed you to output the most via your technique. And as a result, like, utilize, like we did like a lot of like wushu style stuff, which if you don't know was a Chinese martial art based off kung fu that was created by women to take advantage of the fact they had smaller frames and could not physically overpower their attackers. So oftentimes they'd use weight and momentum to misdirect an enemy's attack or to cause the maximum amount of damage to somebody who was coming in with like maybe a big, strong charging up on them or big swinging attack or whatever. So we did a lot of that. And me as a smaller person, like, good God, I used to beat opponents much larger than me due to the fact that it was all about body dynamics and physical mechanics. It was very practical style. And I really appreciate that because it was cool. It was cool to learn. And unfortunately, I've had to use it a lot in my life. As a minority in America. So, but it was neat. Yeah, we did a lot of really cool shit like that. And I'm glad I got the training, and glad I got the experience of going to Japan to swing a sword around under the shadow of a feudal era castle, which is fucking crazy. So, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of self-defense is letting an opponent take themselves out, exactly. So, yep. The rocket nipple, it's the body nose cap. It clearly says this. The rocket body nose, this is the nose cap. It's not a nipple. If your nipples look like noses, possibly something worth looking into with your doctor. Could be a smart thing to do. So... The ripple. Stop. Don't ruin this game for me. This is a very important game to me. I don't want to look at anything on the screen and think nipple. Ever. This is all about a dirty surface that needs to be washed with an advanced piece of equipment. And that's the that on that, okay? That's it. But yeah, oh yeah, I forgot the original point of why I talked about this. I used to teach self-defense class. The two that I got to teach were maybe a little bit of foreshadowing for the one. Women's self-defense. I taught the women's self-defense class. Maybe my instructors could tell back then. They knew already. Don't power wash your nipples? Yeah, then you won't have any nipples left, honestly. Once in my life, I'm with Merm on this one. Goose, the betrayal is deep, I'll say it. Are you saying nipples can't be dirty surfaces? No! That's not the logical progression of like that. I said that this is not a nipple and not to power wash your nipples. That's a very different takeaway. All right? New top surgery dropped. But I taught a women's self-defense class because, again, as a smaller person, I'm all about knowing how to shift my weight. And then I taught a kids self-defense class that we called our Super Kicks program. And I thought that was really a cute name. And that was for kids who are around the age of 5 years old. Learned like very, very basic self-defense. Mainly like non-violent disarming techniques and pressure points. Because when you're little, you can't really hit too good yet, but you can learn places that if you apply a little bit of pressure, it's uncomfortable enough to make like a full-grown adult release their grip and stuff. So those were the two classes that I taught, which was really cute. It was fun. Blast them things clean up. It looks kind of nipply. Oh my god. Chat, is that doing something for you? You freaks? Goose, thank you for the 7-stream streak. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sorry it's not Hollow Knight, Goose. But it's kind of like Hollow Knight when you think about it, right? A tedious task that's actually very fun. And that's basically... And it's a video game, so those are the only similarities. But, you know... 2 out of however many criteria you happen to have, that not the worst. %80 done, too, also. I'll have to say, I am proud of me. I'm doing it. Don't power wash your nipples, they said. Power washing nipples, curious. It's a nose cap. You can power wash your nose cap, chat. If you have a nose cap, you're allowed to power wash that. I gave you permission. Behaving is difficult, actually. For this community, yeah. Absolutely. New piercing method? No, this would eradicate. This would not pierce. This would decimate. Nipple cat? God. You mean tassels? Is this what we're talking about now? Don't power wash your nose. Yeah, don't power wash your nose itself, though. Yeah. Good advice. Don't do that. You will live to regret it. It won't take you out enough. You'll have to suffer through pain. And then explain a very gnarly scar. Yeah, don't do it if you have nose piercings, yeah. What if the nip was strong enough to withstand the power wash? See? Now we're just talking in pure hypotheticals. Because no one's nipples are that strong. Trust me. Trust me. As someone who regularly works my nipples out. No one can get nipples that strong. Not natty. Not naturally. You have to be juicing to get that. And then you didn't really earn it. Who wants steroided up nipples, you know? We need science. Good news, I'm officially done giving my Windows 10 the extended protection stuff. Let's go, Liz. Who up juice it? No. I don't know why. The image of, like, juicing a nipple is way worse than milking. Probably because your, like, nipples are for milking, not juicing. Juicing implies possibly more commitment to the craft than I'm willing to give. End up like the superhero from Rocco's Modern Life. God. I do love me some Rocco's Modern. A lot of the old 90s episodes are so very pertinent to today. I wonder if this will get rid of the excess graphical glitches I was having. Oh no. Yeah, I hope so. Could also be a display issue, but I hope that this just fixed it for you. Oh, there's the crackers. Nice. Very good. What's the difference between milking and juicing? Enough, I guess. Morgan just sent me a cute picture of Siggy laying on her right now. That's too cute. Simply have no words for the words I'm hearing right now. There's a lot of brand new sentences that dropped tonight. So, what do you get when you juice a nipple? I don't know. I've never done it. I'm an adventurous person. What was the name of the test that y'all made me take on stream the other day? The rice test? The rice purity test? Listen, I had a pretty high or low score. What was the one that was like, oh, scandalous if you have this kind of score? I had whatever the scandalous score was. But I've never juiced a nipple. I'll say it.
No,
So.
why would I get fat?
Logo, thank you for the gifted sub to
Redneck eat fat?
cow sauce. Pretty pertinent name for the conversation. Yeah, let's hear from the experts. Thank you for the generosity. Cow sauce, if you happen to be here, enjoy the emotes, the sub badge, the ad-free viewing, and whatever cursed bullshit you're able to put up with, which is probably a lot, since as a cow, you probably deal with a lot of bulls. So, if it's low, that's, quote, bad. Yeah, I had a score like, what was it, like 6? Or something? It was something insane. Everyone was like, holy shit. And I was like, yeah, I told you. I went to college. Things got weird. I had a weird social life. I had a lot of friends and even more acquaintances in college. And I had no self-control. Almonds a plant, so I think so. Wait, we can milk almonds? We can turn almonds into milk. We're not milking them. Oh, God. Did I do it on stream? I had my full face cam up so people couldn't see which things I was clicking. But I did give the final score. It was at the beginning of a stream like last month or 2 months ago or something like that. I don't know. Time's not real. Nothing feels good. So, you know. We can juice almonds because it's a plant. Yeah, please don't. Your nipples aren't plants, chat. We juice a bug. No, we've already established that it's bilk. Bilk, 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 bilk. Nye, the science guy. Science rules. Have y'all seen the... This is an old video, but have you ever seen the Chinese Bill Nye dub? The Bill Nye, the science guy, but it's in Chinese. It's so fucking... It's good. Maybe yours aren't excuse. Well, I don't want anyone to speculate about the composition of my nipples. How's that? Huh? You're assuming there are people here who don't identify as plant. Well. Well. Yeah. I normally that's a pretty safe assumption to make. DC's Poison Ivy pops up in chat. Excuse me. And then I just go, mommy. Bug milk, the science bilk. Bilk, 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 bilk. I'm not, but I saw the German Naruto opening. God, that's so good. Bug juice did slap as a kid. You're right. I love Bill Nye, even though he stole my name. He did. Kind of rude of him. But here's the thing. A lot of those old school scientists, you know, they dipped into some unethical practices like that, like name stealing, to advance the craft for us all. So it's a sacrifice you're just going to have to live with, you know? Eating a heathen sandwich at 12:30. CJ, welcome. Enjoy the sandwich. Yeah, poison ivy. Lip bite emoji. I consider myself a plant mom, but I'm not adopting that many nipples. God. Yeah, chat, if you do have the ability to just get more nipples at will, you know, you're right to do whatever you want with that ability, but doesn't mean I have to agree with the lifestyle choice. Yeah, Canadians, did you have Bug Juice? Was that a brand? Bug Juice did slap. Also known as, what was it? I think Little Jugs or something like that. Bug Juice burned the top layer off my tongue every time, but damn, it was worth it. They were pretty good. Back before we had all this woke nonsense that made us take harmful chemicals out of all of our artificially sweetened juices. What was that about? Those of us who survived that are stronger for it now, obviously. Little jugs, all jug sizes are beautiful. Plants can't have nipples? Wow, that's a little bit gatekeepy. Someone's not in 2025, am I right, chat? Then what do you call like little nubs that start to form on plants, huh? What are those? You're so right, I know. I normally am. I'm the streamer. They still sell bug juice, but only on their website and Amazon. Got it. Yeah, we can't be jugist. Very true. Chat, one type of ism at a time here, please. And I prefer that it's autism. If that's okay. I just want to be welcomed in my own community, if that's alright. Plant nipples are called plipples? Oh, God. Shakes Tylenol bottle? It's our war cry. Our war rattle. Chat has hardly touched their jug of milk. What's wrong? Oh, God. Yeah, maybe I'll have chat, like, vote on what, if I can stream tomorrow. Vote on what I play or something, if people would rather have more Hollow Knight. I just needed this tonight for me, because today was rough. So thanks for letting me indulge in a large amount of strange conversation, as one does on the internet. Brookie, thank you for adding that as a quote. Chat, one type of ism at a time here, please, and I prefer that it's autism, if that's okay. Babe, you've barely juiced your nipples. What's wrong? God. Little nipples on plants are usually a sign of plant galls, which are abnormal growths caused by insects like psyllids or mites, or sometimes by fungal infections. So if a plant wants to grow nipples, it needs little buggy parasites or fungal infections. That's plant HRT right there. So they can have nipples. How many subs to change the topic? I've been, like, trying in my own ways. Needs lil friends. I don't know. What are y'all? It's your chat too, Xander. Talk about. Say something. Say something fun about something you want to talk about. And I guarantee, since we are very much a jangly keys chat, popping Tylenol for fun, that enough people will be distracted that we can talk about something. Zan, you don't like plant nipples. I can change the topic, but y'all will hate it? Yeah, that is the risk, that things could just get worse. That is a real threat. A real threat to our democracy. Oh my god, that's so satisfying. What do I need to do in here? Rocket control. Rocket raccoon. Cheesy mac or shells and cheese? Ooh, shells and cheese. I think I'm agreeing with chat here. That sounds good. There's a chance 50% of chat will cringe with pain and fear. I just assume that most of chat's like programmed prey mentality, prey reactions. There's so many people here with like untreated trauma and anxiety. I just assume that most people are cringing all the time, actually, in pain and fear. I think that's an accurate assessment of this community. Cavatappi is my preferred cheese pasta noodle. It's a good pick. I endorse that. Shells and cheese fucks, it does. Bryant, welcome, by the way. How do they milk cheese nipple? You can't just be making up words right now. You just can't. It's like cheese is already from a milked cow. Why would we have to make that worse? Cavatappi fucks. It does. 5 gifted anybody. I'll say it for 5 gifted to mother. I thought you meant the 5 gifted to make Merm be quiet for 5 minutes. Powdered cheese or liquid cheese for mac and cheese? Depends on my mood. Sometimes I don't like how, like, I don't know, there's like almost like a chemical-y taste at times to the like packets of like liquid cheese, like the Velveeta stuff. Sometimes it's like a little bit too gluey for me. Even if I like try to water it down a little bit more. I have to be in the mood for it. But that said, if I'm like, oh, I need something really cheesy, I almost never reach for like a Kraft powdered cheese. It's not cheesy enough. But I think that because it's kind of like a neutral flavor a lot of the times, I do tend to eat powdered cheese more than liquid cheese. I'm a fan of any method that puts carbs and cheese in my face, so I'm showing Discord. That's fair. Imagine milking hard milk. 5 gifted Merm doesn't have to be quiet, and I'll say the thing. So this is purely an incentive to chat to make chat worse. Amazing. I will say this. Excuse me. I was going to be like, I will say this, and I was about to belch into the microphone, and I went, you know what? I'll be nice. I will say this. Kraft mac and cheese definitely tastes better than a lot of the generic ones I've tried. Generic powdered cheese ones, they sometimes hit, but like something about Kraft specifically, they just like got it down a lot better than the others. It's still not my favorite flavor, but like I like it, you know. So, souping up Kraft dinner with some grated fancy cheese. Yeah, so Mins, that's what I do, is if I do like a Kraft dinner, like because Velveeta is already too thick, or not too thick, but thick enough, if I do craft, a lot of the times I throw in like my own shredded cheese and stuff. Brookie, wait, are we editing this quote? Have you seen the people who put the cheese powder in their milk to drink and chocolate milk in their mac and cheese? Holy shit, I want to die. I do. That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. Is there anything under? Okay, this fin. I was like, why is some of that glowing still? Wait, y'all must be tired? I can't believe no one jumped for the chaos. Listen, we already got 14 subs tonight. I've said before, this is a community that regularly does not break 10 gifted in a stream, so the fact we've been doing it a lot recently is very flattering to me. This is a new development in the Girbeagly community, and I'm very grateful for all the support. So yeah, people might be tapped out, and that's okay. No one owes me money. I genuinely hope with the weekend here, you're treating yourself to nice things, chat. I hope you're doing good things for you. Chat, one type of ism at a time here, please, and I'd prefer that it's autism if that's okay. Thank you, Brookie, for editing the quote. There we go. I had no idea what was wrong in the original iteration, but I believe you about it. Maybe I'll say it anyway. It is a free chat. You can do that. So, rent's gotta be paid. Yeah, pay your rent. It does mean no good if you don't have your rent paid. That's like one less viewer hanging out here. Like, that sucks. I want people to be able to vibe. I want y'all to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm not worrying about that shit right now. I'm vibing with the community. And you can't do that if you got shit you gotta take care of, so. Wait, what is that quote? I'm laughing into my snorkel while I played Animal Crossing? God, I don't even know what I would have been referring to. That one's weird. Aruhaku, welcome to the stream. I don't know what that one is. Pulled quote 69? What was... Quote 69 is the dangly bits? Weirdly fitting for quote 69. I don't think that was planned either. The dangly bits. I do wish that all of our old quotes, I knew what the context was. Although 90% of the time, the context doesn't actually help me. Unless it was like semi-recently. And even then, it's kind of a crapshoot. I don't 100% know. Been years of content at this point, somehow. So. Who up dangling they bits? It's the weekend. Probably a lot of people. Again, what you do in your free time, you know, good for you. Congratulations and all of that. Oh, hell yeah. Gonna hit that from here. I can hit that from here. The hatch door. I guess I didn't have to do that. I guess I could have brought the equipment the game gives me over. I just was lazy. Playing a video game and getting lazy is one of the most pathetic things in the world because it's like, dude, this isn't even my real job. I'm not even doing this in reality. Like, I'm too lazy to do the in-game work. Bro, what became of me? Who did I become? Streamer said we should be naked? What? That is actually, I think, the opposite of what I've encouraged here. Merm bad? Merm, why? How are you terrorizing chat? to the degree that you are at the moment, where I see this many reactions of Merm no. I don't know, man. I just got here. Yeah, hey, Merm. Good to see you here tonight. I'm so glad you just joined. It's great. I hope we have a nice, normal night. I hope everything's just, like, really not strange. Oh, God. Hey, you guys want to talk about capitalism again? Wasn't it fun when the conversation was depressing? Wasn't that, like, cool? Utterly normal. Yeah. Normal for us so far. Yeah, I guess that's true. The bar... It's like not job interview appropriate talk is kind of where our bar sits. What? What am I reading in chat right now? That's very bizarre. Grey Lady and Merm. Why are we invoking what's being invoked at the moment? We talked about Bree's Halloween costumes, but do any of you have plans for costumes? Me and Maddie might finally do a Mabel and Dipper twin costume. Oh my god, Brookie, that's so cute, actually. I love that. Actually, that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm a selfish piece of shit. I didn't even ask chat. Chat, what are you doing for costumes if you celebrate or enjoy getting dressed up around Halloween? What are you planning on doing? Because that's cute. I told you I was going to say it anyway. And only Merm responded. Well, I mean, you kind of did predict that, like, that could happen. I have a Waluigi costume locked and loaded at all times, but I need to find more costumes that I can do with my mustache. I love that. I like that your go-to is Waluigi. That's really funny. Doing my due service and being unhinged for Hoodie, who is having a big sad. Hoodie, you better be laughing, goddammit. Because you're good. And again, we're not going to make it overbearing with too many compliments to you, but you're cool, and I hope that the stream is helping even a little bit. That depends entirely on what the weather is like that day. That's very fair. If ideal weather, your perfect Halloween, whatever that looks like, whether that's like cold and kind of creepy and dark out, or like nice and warm, what would you dress as? How's that? As the conditions I set. Imagine the stage being set. What is it that you would like to do? So, I'm doing Frank and Furter. I am not familiar with your game. I apologize, but 13-inch heels does, or size 13 heels sounds like quite the thing to have to track down before Halloween. Good luck to you. Hoodie laugh at fart sounds. It's the fart alert. That's Hoodie. That is funny, man. You gotta admit that. You know. Oh gosh. Yeah. Now, chat. You weren't supposed to get more involved with that conversation. You know. Anime Fangirl, take care. Or, welcome. Sorry, I thought you were saying goodbye for some reason. I just saw the waving emoji. Welcome. Oh, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, sorry. Brain is not on these days. Cannot be bothered with your trifling, unimportant life thing. No, I asked the question. Thank you for the clarification. My brain immediately was like, drag people? Since, like, every day someone mentions a drag queen, and I'm like, I'm so sorry I don't watch RuPaul's. I have no idea what you're talking about. Breeze just assumes people see chat and leave. I mean, there have been a couple people I've had to be like, yo, rein it in. Because, like, we do want it to be, like, you know, less abrasively bizarre vibes at times to get people to join the community. But a late night chat like this, like, who knew is stopping by who's like, oh, wow, what an innocent little Disney Channel space, you know? So it is what it is. There have been a couple people I've been like, hey, you were chronically unfunny, and I need you to chill, because you're actually just saying, like, grotesque things just to scare people now. And it's actually hurting my job, which apparently you don't understand, and I need you to stop. I've only had to do that a couple times in the existence of this community, and fortunately people move to, adjust pretty quick, which is great, without too much humdrum. But for the most part, yeah, we keep it in a certain range, which is good. But again, this is like, what, fucking 2 in the morning, and I'm playing powerwash sim? Who cares? So, which of us do you think are chronically unfunny? I have a list in my brain, and I never say it out loud, because I don't believe in picking on people, except unless you are truly problematic. But every now and then, someone will say something, and I will just, my eyes, I feel them start to roll up, and I go, I can't. And I let out a little internal groan, and I just go, God, thank goodness I had funny people in my life growing up, because this person didn't. Thank God I had friends. But it's very few people. I'll say that. Where it's not like this person definitely is never funny. It's a, wow, this person took a joke and they just did not know that just beating this joke into the ground so hard isn't even invoking laughter from fellow chat members at this point. They'll maybe only be encouraged by someone who's equally unfunny. And that's hard to address because that's not actual problematic behavior half of the time. Sometimes it's just navigating the nuance of like, hey, I just don't like, this person and I would never be real friends in real life. Like, this is strictly a business relationship where they consume my content. But it happens very rarely, trust me. And these days, almost never. So, your chat, you are good right now. The weird shit you've been talking about, you are fine. I would have shut it down in the moment if I thought we were getting too strange. You're good. It's me, isn't it? No, Gray Lady. This is not a moment either where I will be pandering to the extreme anxiety in everybody's brain. Where you're going, it was me, wasn't it? It's me. Because I get it. I do that anytime someone's like, well, some people get a little bit too woke on their social media profiles. And I'm like, fuck, is this mutual talking about me? And then at the end of the day, I go, I kind of don't give a fuck. It's my social media. This is your chat window. You get to be you. I'm not here to call you out for being you unless it crosses a line. And that's all you gotta know. New shit to be anxious about. Well, that's for you and your mind palace to work out. And that's that. I hold no responsibility in this, and I refuse to as well. It's one of those things where it's like, the 2 times in the 12 years I've been making content, I've had to address shit. People have course corrected very quickly, and I've been really grateful for that. And then one person who did it repeatedly is just, they're not even here anymore. They're not a part of the community. So we handle it on mod side. I bellyache to the mods when I'm like, yo, this person's giving bad vibes. And then we all discuss it and we go, okay, it crossed this line, but it didn't cross this one yet. So we just monitor, and that's okay. And it's not like we have a hate brigade against them or anything. It was like, y'all are fine. I don't have a mind palace. I have a mind studio apartment packed with haphazardly stacked, overflowing cardboard boxes. Yeah. My mind palace is full of mind Pokemon cards. And I'm in mind debt. Amethyst, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome. My mind palace is a cemetery. Yeah. Exactly. Here's the thing. If I think that there's like a... Okay, first off, y'all are thinking about this way too fucking deeply, because look at who you're talking to about this. I am distracted by shit on my screen regularly. There are times that we're talking about something and I will miss a message and I'll look over and I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why did you write that? And people will be like, Brian, you missed like 4 messages that explain the context of what's being talked about. So A, I have ADHD and I get distracted and I don't even know what's going on. B, if I don't like something, I don't just like go, hey, okay, you're not funny, stop it. Unless it gets bad, most of the time I'm reading shit in my head or I'm missing messages. And then the ones that I do read out loud, I pretty much always just laugh. So that's the way that it goes. So legitimately, we don't talk about problem people often, and whenever we do, it's usually new people that just joined who definitely didn't get the vibe. But most of the time, we're talking about planning community nights or stream events or trying to figure out how to organize Discord. Exactly. Also, if you think this is unique to me and my mod team, boy, oh boy, do not follow enough content creators who just speak their mind. You follow a bunch of cowards who don't want to treat you like people, who want to parasocially pander to your insecurities and go, oh, my precious special babies. Listen, chat, you're my precious special babies, but sometimes, listen, mean mommy has to come out. It's okay. You can tell me I'm the problem. This is the power I hold over chat, though. Yeah. Anyone who's ever thought they could step to me, I just planted an evil mind seed that you're going to be worrying about forever. Sucks to be you. Sorry. Sorry. I'm going to go to bed and feel fine about it. Mean mommy with the flirt emoji is crazy. Me. Oh, God. Yeah, the looking up. Mommy? Oh, my God. Gaggle of Chaos Goblins is pretty accurate, yeah. This is, and that's the other thing. Not everyone has to have my sense of humor. I don't give a fuck. I can't, like, brainwash you into being funnier. But you're probably going to find someone here who has a similar sense of humor to you, and that's awesome. And that's great that you're able to do that. Very good. The only times where it matters is sometimes, like, we'll get something so cringe during media night. I can't say anything good about it. I'm just like, dude, what is this? What were you thinking? But that happens very rarely. That's like 1 out of every, like, 13 media reviews. Lullaby Books, if I didn't say hello to you yet, by the way. Hello, hi. Self-acceptance and personal growth and accountability are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, listen, I'm in an era of my life where I just know I'm awesome, okay? Obviously, from all the boasting and bragging I do that everyone knows about. That definitely isn't me overcompensating for having actually no self-esteem and hating myself. Huh? You fucked with all of our anxiety issues? Guys, that's because I'm announcing a new thing that's happening here at Gerb Corp. For the small fee of $20, you are able to remove all anxiety from your brain. Yep. New paywalled special premium plan. Once you pay $20, a representative of this company will reach out within 3 to 5 business days to remind you that you're a welcome addition to the community and you're extremely funny. Assuage any sort... Can't even do the bit anymore. They had a name for that in the 50s, I think. Wait, we can't talk about donuts because then my chat will all be red with pings. Yeah, what's your favorite type of donut? Logo donut. Obviously. Therapy light. I hope you have a therapist that doesn't only tell you nice things. A good therapist should challenge you every now and then. Make you think, really deep think about some shit. Introduce a sorry jar at work, and it's been getting a lot of pushback because the punishment is writing an affirmation about oneself that is not in service of others. People struggle with that shit. I struggle with that shit. Y'all see me get red in the face when people drop the slightest hint of a fucking compliment towards me. That's my own shit to deal with. But I'm not ever going to go online and make that the issue of a streamer or a streamer's community. That's the way that I look at this stuff. It's like, God, this is a goofy-ass place where colloquialisms happen. And that's when I do get annoyed at people. It's like the bad faith misinterpretations of places and people. Where I'm just like, God, just log off for like 4 days. It will detox your brain. I promise you. You'll be back in reality. And if you're not and you're still bitter about it, that's your right. But it's like our energies were never actually meant to coexist then. Sorry. GerbCorp is just marketing rebranded Xanax. Oh, man. And I'm selling it for only $20? Shit. I could make way more money than that. What's wrong with me? I see a bunch of people just writing random donut. Okay, you are actually serious about favorite donuts? Racer, welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello, hi. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you joining us as I wash off this big old rocket ship. This big, hard rocket ship. It's getting sprayed down. Where? Okay. I was like, I know that has to be able to go down. We're talking about donuts and donut shit. I like that we're using the D-O-G-U-G-H spelling to not confuse logo. That's very accommodating of you, chat. Brian, no? Wait, no me what? What? Should I not be entertaining the donut talk? Huh? Why did I get Brian no in caps and stuff? What's going on? What did I miss out? Oh my God!
But now you will.
Oh, big hard rocket was. Oh yeah, okay. Like someone didn't mention a zit on a part of the anatomy that would hurt a lot. Also, Racer, thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much for that support. Thank you very much. Gosh, that's a lot of generosity. It's not. This is what I'm talking about. Look at me. I can't handle kindness. It's hard. It's rough, dude. Thank you so much, Racer. Thank you for the immersion therapy. If you got a gifted sub, make sure you're saying thanks. Thank you so much. Are donuts when the Pillsbury dope? Oh my God. What do you ever do to you? He's just a jolly little mascot trying to do his job, and people brutalize him this way. Why are you doing this to this boy? Thank you, everybody, for hanging out here. I will say this. Jeebus criminy. Nothing that's been said tonight, I've even like remotely been like, oh my God, this person, why did they do that? To hopefully minimize fear. But it's the same way as when you, listen, you have a room of fucking 80 people and you tell me that you're going to get along with every aspect of every person. Doesn't mean I think those people are bad people. It's just sometimes I'll be like, oh, this kind of joke again. Great. That's okay. That doesn't mean I hate anybody. That just means that sometimes I don't laugh. That's it. The same way that not every single joke that I tell lands. That had to cost $20. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Racer, the low, the low. What am I talking about? Racer, Gerb Corp would like to send you a message. Thank you so much for donating to the streamer. As a result of your donation, you have achieved funny. Not only are you funny, but you're also a joy. Thank you so much, Racer, for your $20 contribution to the streamer. Actually, that was way more than $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that a lot. Was that like good, like fill in the blank, like pre-recorded script shit? Thank you, yeah. I fear the sweet siren song of sleep is calling me. So I must bid y'all adieu. Been lovely chatting with everyone tonight. Hope you all have a good time zone and good stream. Tiny Monster, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for dropping by. Appreciate having you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh shit, for a second it sounded like I was about to get exotic butters. Dude, I haven't thought about exotic butters in way too long. What a fun meme that the FNAF community did. I really loved when exotic butters was taking over the internet. Really fun. Cooker Ariel. What does that mean, brother? My overthinking go wild? Well, don't let it happen here, because here's the thing. Again, not a unique thing to me. This is not to make people more paranoid. But, like, I can't guarantee that anyone in the world, including people watching the stream right now, actually think I'm funny. Some of you here might be like, yeah, I like Brian's vibes. I don't find him funny at all. That's okay. That's literally your right. But you might still like some other aspect about me. Also, trying to be the funniest person alive is not like a real aspiration. Like, maybe if you're doing stand-up comedy, sure. But it's like, not everyone's good at everything. Some people are perfectly content just being, like, chill. Like, hey, I'm not that funny, but I'm just, like, big chillin'. I'm a friendly person. I have a lot of value and merit as a human being for just being friendly. Like, that's okay. That doesn't make you a lesser person. That was more of me just being like, yeah, sometimes, like, yeah, we don't have the same exact tastes. That is something anybody out there, a stranger at the grocery store standing in line with you, could think about you. Overhearing a conversation you have with somebody. Like, that's not unique to me. That's just human beings interacting with human beings. So, don't worry. You're good. Everything's good. Exotic Butters sounds like South Park Butters calendar. No, this is so much better. I promise you. If you don't know the Exotic Butters meme from the Five Nights at Freddy's game series, God, it really ate the whole internet. It was fun. Okay, but I'm chill and funny. Xander, listen, not all of us can be cut from the same cloth as you. You are pretty perfect, I'll say it. What? Like, humor is subjective? Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing, too. Is like, shit, there's, like, stand-up comedians and, like, actors who are considered incredibly funny by people that I don't find funny. Like, shit, dude. That's just people. That was all that comment was made. Meant to incite was we all are different and we all have different skills, and that's fucking okay. I'm, like, 20% funny. You know? FNAF. I'm glad that the old FNAF heads here know what I'm talking about with Exotic Butters. I made someone laugh at least once. That's enough for me. Yeah, that's your quota. There we go. Hello? 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 I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in your first night. I actually worked in that office before, you know? I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact, so I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you there's nothing to worry about. You'll do fine. So, let's just focus on getting you through your first week, okay? God. Had to read the whole thing. Had to. Dude, oh, this is the cooker? Why are we cooking out here, brother? Cooking on the moon? Weird. So, like, I regularly, like, put, like, fucking brain rot up that nobody finds funny. Don't get me wrong, chat. My favorite copy pot. It's so good. So good. They set up garbage bombs? I don't know. I wasn't reading the texts that were coming through from Wallace about why the rocket ship was disgusting. But there is actual lore in the game that explains it. Honestly, though, I would be down to receive exotic butters. They get expensive. So true. Morgan and I were getting Irish butter for a while, which is slightly sweeter and a little bit creamier than like normal butter. And we were really liking it. And then they like hiked up the frickin' price of everything. It sucks. A+, beautiful voice acting. It's like you're a voice actor or something. Yeah, I've been known to imitate some of those guys, whoever they are. I'm a big fan of Channing Tatum in the Demon Slayer movie. It's like my favorite voice actor. Chris Pratt in the Mario movie. Huge inspiration to a lot of what I do. Does anyone know who Channing Tatum voiced in the Demon Slayer movie? God. Wet box of spaghetti with meat sauce from Amazon is still one of my favorite copy pastas that we got really into here. How did they extract the butter from the Irish? We are not getting into more milking talk. God damn it. I should have expected that I was walking into this. Wait, Morgan's trying to sleep. I can't be yelling about milking Irish people. I can't. Oh, every time. I told them I was done with this shit. That I'd moved on. That was me when I was young. Someone who milked. I don't do it anymore. It makes me uncomfortable. These kids. They don't get it. The sacrifice. The blood on my hands. From milking. Not because I killed anybody, but because your hands just get really overworked. And like your nails like crack and stuff. It's bad. I forgot for a second what I needed to... Oh my god, I didn't even finish washing the thing I wanted to wash. Oh, it's the antenna? What's it called? The aerial. Aerials in the sky. There we go. Did it. 2 years I can do math. Wait, it was almost a year ago? Oh, 2 years I can math. Wait, what was 2 years ago? That much milking would cause friction and injury. Dude, you get so many blisters for sure. Oh man. I don't know, not the proudest way to get them, probably. I mean, maybe someone's into that and they're like, damn, you get to milk Irish people for a job? That's awesome. Ever since I was young, I dreamt of that. Don't encourage this. I think we're past the point of encouragement, and at this point, it's just like, even if I had said no, it would find a way to live on in some zombified form of conversation. So, I'm just like, this is the point of the night where I'm like, all right, a lot of these sensible people have fallen asleep. And then a lot of the people who are chaos late-night gremlins like me, degenerates. What were we called? Neurodegenerate. Neurodegenerates is what Sean, the caffeine addict, coined it the other day, which I think is very fitting. it's the neurodegenerates here are gonna find a way to encourage and continue any conversation. This is the time of night it happens. Permanently docked at the lactation station. Oh, darn it. You know what? I don't have an updated passport, so I can't, you know, shoot. Guess I'm going to have to, you guys go on ahead you go ahead, I'll go grab that, and... you kids have fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna go grab it from the car. I'll be in a second. Don't you worry. What was I trying to find? Rocket interior frame cap? Oh, it's the inside of the nose cap, as it's called in the game. We're not sensible. Ah. Oh, good lord. Cracked open the chalky milk. Oh, God, that does sound so good. I want some chalky milk. Here's some chocolate milk. Because you epic. Chalky milk for chat, because you epic. Ooh, epic. Oh, wait, no, I have to hold it. Chalky milk, because you epic. Interior rug. Oh, mug. I love dyslexia. It's like the coolest thing to have. I love being literate. Rocket lower body times 4 rocket interior skirting. Skirt goes spinny. Sorry, I have trans brain. It's a disease. If I pour it in through the phone, will it get to you? That's actually on Twitch side. That feature hasn't been tested in all places, so if it doesn't work, that's on them, and I cannot be held liable. So, just having a wholesome conversation about how to prevent blisters by using pumps. It's a safety conversation. We do love safety here. We do love safety here. You're right. You're so right for that. I'm so glad that you're having that specific conversation, because we're all about safety here. You're right. I love safety. You're so right. I hope that you keep having the conversation, because you're so right about safety. Can you tell how much I think that we need to talk about safety here? Yeah, you know, this explains so much. I should probably learn a lesson from this and stop sleeping to stream. Corey, are you having bad dreams because of stream? There's no, I just want to let you know there's no way to prove that in the court of law, and my lawyer is on speed dial regularly. So true. Safety and rail. Listen. Wasn't expecting the reprise on that joke from yesterday. Bad? No. Weird? Yes. You can't prove that that's from the stream. All about... You can't ask someone if they're milking in their dreams. Chad, that was the last... Wait, there's only 5 levels long. To be fair, they took forever. But that was the last Wallace and Gromit level. Damn, I had no idea. Chat, we did it. We won Wallace and Gromit. Woo, yeah. Woo. Wait, I never finished the Warhammer one. All right, I'm gonna do that. Vibe. Hooray. Yeah. Hooray with no punctuation. I love to read it. Like, especially lowercase. Like, hooray. It's the meme of, like, my face when I type LOL, and it's just... I'm curious what aspect of stream made it through to your dream. That is, yeah, probably a good question. And again, legally you cannot prove that that was because of this stream. Oh, wow. Why is this power washer so much louder? Me doggies, this is huge, actually. This is big. I forgot how big this was. Wish I could put out the candles with the water. That'd be funny. If Racer is still here, thank you for this gift sub. Plate of soup. Hello, hi. Yeah, Racer, unbelievably generous. Truly. Very grateful. Thank you again. Wild. Wild to see multiple streams in a row where my subs have been over 20 in a stream. I don't know how to say thanks enough. Like, truly. This might take a second, chat. This might be a big one. I haven't fallen asleep yet. Was just about to. I just been in general since stream is usually my bedtime story. All right. Scariest stories. Evil Larry. Is that pretty good? Mellow, hello, hi, welcome. Redacted residue makes me think of that channel. Wait, who was redacting? Merv, there's no. What are we talking about? We have to find genitalia on the show. Who says who? What do you mean? We have to? Oh yeah, hey, we're in the undercarriage of this big ship. Oh wow, check this out, chat. Check it out. Oh, wow. Oh, it's just how the ship reproduces? Oh! Here we go. It was found. Are you happy? Are you happy? Corey, get some good sleep. Yeah, we found it. It wasn't even that hard. Now you're ready for me. No. I'm kidding. Stop it. It's wrong. This is Warhammer 40k. Have some reverence, please, for the Empire of Mankind. His sacrifice saved humankind from the alien invaders, and I will stand for no disrespect against my Emperor. He's the eternal Great One, and we die for the Emperor. We serve him. Oh, this is Blood Angels? Oh, that's sick. I want to paint my own faction's logo as well. Hell yeah, it never gets old. See, those of you who are like paranoid earlier about like, does Brian mean me that I'm not funny? I do a Mogus every single time I play a power wash. That's the least funny joke. You're fine, okay? You're not gonna think everything I do is funny, and I'm not gonna think that everything you do is funny. You're fine. Aren't the one religious sect from Warhammer nippleless? How do they enjoy the one the social commentary of Warhammer 40k is like every sect is kind of religious, so that didn't really narrow it down too much. I will say the Emperor's suspended body is probably nippleless, seeing as how he suffered a great deal of physical damage to it. So what do you mean I'm always funny? Well, Becca, hey, you say this, but remember when I had to ground you? Remember when you said, "Oh, I'm gonna be sincere and sweet, Becca, today. I'm gonna give a little bit of money to the streamer." And I said, no. And you said, well, how about this funny joke? What if I send you a care package? And I said, Becca, that's not funny. That's self-destructive to your bank account. And then you went, well, streamer. What if I was just said something nice about you? And I went, I think that you're not getting this whole humor thing. And you should be grounded. And you said, oh, I think not. And I said, well, you do deserve that. And then you were like, well, I don't think so. And then people in chat were like weighing in, and I was like, chat, it's not really your call to make. I'm the streamer. And then you were like, oh, well, streamer. I think I have numbers on my side here. And you can't stop me. And I said, well, you have destroyed the sanctity of respectful, accepting a respectful grounding. A respectable grounding at that. And then here we are today. Sorry, I just like went into a fugue state. I missed like a lot of what happened in chat. That's actually what Becca sounds like. That's really good. I am a voice actor. What can I say? What a beautiful impression of me, actually. It's like the worst voice ever made. It's like an old cartoon, like it's like a pretentious cartoon character from like a 1960s cartoon. There's like always that like, well, I see that you have impeccable taste, and then like the protagonist of the cartoon turns out to actually not be rich. And then it's like the guy trying to like pick out like a tuxedo for the main character, the episode. Like, oh, well, excuse me, sir. We have a certain caliber of people who are welcome here. And they, like, physically kick them in the butt to, like, knock them out of the store. You know? Anyway, here's one. What was that not a... That was a great comparison. I'm full of pop culture knowledge. I'm very cool. In conclusion, Becca, funny. You will never hear my voice as far as you know to know if it actually sounds like that. Oh, okay. So, big bad chat. Oh, I'm so paranoid. My anxiety spiked because Brian said I might not be as funny as I think I am. And now you're going, oh, you'll never hear my voice? How fucking dare you? What if I want... Now I'm like, oh, well, maybe my impression did suck. Not so great when the shoe's on the other foot, I say to myself. As I started saying the sentence, I was like, wait, this actually makes chat look better. I have to sacrifice myself nobly in front of them so they know I'm a good guy still. So that's like a question for your therapist. Okay, well, chat, thanks for paying for therapy this month. It's getting expensive. My therapist is like, oh my God, there's so much wrong with you. I'm going to have to raise the price. This is taking a lot of intensive work. I actually didn't go to school for things this intense, so I'm gonna need to talk to my, like, fellow colleagues. You're, like, really broken. Astartes, that's who I was thinking about. Sexless, so how explore each other's bodies? Well, that's every soldier. So the Astartes in Warhammer lore are just the Space Marines. You start off as just like basically a novice, like apprentice type. And then you undergo a series of incredibly painful performance-enhancing surgeries to become a gigantic super soldier that like towers like above anybody else. It's like a 10-foot tall like super soldier that's like the peak of physical conditioning, and you are an Astartes, and you fight for the Emperor. And yeah, in that process, you may or may not lose your nippies and your peepaw. So, not your peepaw. You probably never had a peepaw. You were actually cloned from the Emperor's DNA. So, technically, the Emperor is like your dad and your peepaw. But you might lose your PP in that process. And as a Marine, you can't reproduce the normal way. Peepaw, no! What map are we on now? We're on a Warhammer 40k map. It was just one of the levels I never finished on another older DLC. So, trans super soldiers. You know what's funny is like it's a joke that like especially the trans femme community is really into Warhammer 40k because a lot of us were geeks who you know, threw ourselves into these like power fantasy hobbies based around like sci-fi and fantasy back in the day. And there was a lot of community that was found in like Warhammer 40k because, you know, it has a lot of very like strong, intense social commentary messages that are still relevant today. It's not just like cool big super soldier from space stomps alien head. It's like there's a lot of progressive politics in the Warhammer 40k universe. And so a lot of us like saw ourselves in that. And I did some research like semi-recently where I was like Googling, are there any like canonically trans like Warhammer 40k super soldiers? Like did any of the like Astartes ever be like, actually I'm a trans woman and I have all these great muscles and it's cool. But like I'm a trans woman now, and they haven't written any stories like that, but like God, I hope they do someday. I think it would be sick. There are characters that I relate to a lot, which are a series of women who have been outfitted with like a bunch of you know, like top level physical training and like very very top end like weaponry that fight alongside the Astartes and the other sort of male-dominated armies of the Warhammer 40k universe, and they're pretty cool. Yeah, they are buff mommies. Yeah, they're neat. I don't have a PP to begin with, so take that. They don't have boy sleepovers. They just kind of die for their emperor, and then they live like a long time. if like they don't die in combat, they can like live like kind of indefinitely. And then a lot of the times when they they get a fatal wound, they're stuffed inside of a giant mech suit called a Terminator. That or not a Terminator. My God, my brain just like pooped. But they'll be stuffed in a giant mech suit to be kept alive longer and continue to fight for the Emperor and fight the enemies of mankind. And sort of the whole idea is in the year 40,000, we have progressed so far that like politics between human beings don't exist that much anymore. And all of mankind comes together to fight like the evil of the universe that threatens the existence of mankind. And it's kind of a losing war, and we're kind of like all like waiting for the end. But there's like these moments of heroism and fighting despite the odds, which are like really inspiring. But a big part of it is like the only people who are evil are people who are like serving like the destruction of mankind. Like they want to like basically become allies with space demons. So it's a very interesting thing. Your style power wash is amusingly different from my own. Yeah, we all have our own different ways of doing things. Mine tends to be a lot more efficient than other people's, as we all know. So, Dreadnoughts, thank you, Vince. My God, my brain like went to hell there. Yeah, in the grim and dark future. God, I love Warhammer 40k. You can get me talking about it forever. It's another special interest of mine. What if the enemy is the Emperor we served along the way? Well, Horus and his band would have had you believe that, but the Emperor has provided many miracles for the benefit of mankind over the years that have proven that, for the most part, he can be trusted. There are some subsects that kind of operate in a more secular way that aren't fully devoted to the Emperor and the sort of like paranormal miracles that he's been able to cause. So there are a lot of factions that have kind of broken off and become their own things that are just like, yeah, no, we're just in a war against the enemies of mankind. That's it. So, not too different from our current timeline. Cool. Yeah, and that's why Warhammer 40k, even though it's been around for decades, is a timeless social commentary. It really is like about like human beings, like, wow, we are really dealing with like a lot of horrible like conflict and like threats to the existence of humanity right now, and yet despite it, heroes rise up in our ranks and perform these great acts of just like incredible humanity towards each other or incredible courage and still beat the odds and fight on. And it is a really, really cool thing as a result. There's no time to explore each other's bodies. Got it. Yeah, they're kind of like just always on the battlefield. Some of the combat medics might get into the, you know, the innards of some of the guys. I don't know. I have a few Warhammer 40k games in my backlog, so this makes me excited. If you have Warhammer Space Marine 1 and 2, some of the best third-person shooters that are really fun, that delve into not too much of the lore, but you get a little bit of like a background in like the orcs and the Ultramarines, which are like everybody's favorites for a number of different reasons. I'm personally a big fan of Chaos Space Marines, because that's what I played when I was in middle school and high school. So I like the Iron Warriors, who are pretty cool. But as far as Earth's champions go, the Salamanders faction they're truly the yeah, you're a good guy, don't worry, you're a good guy faction of the Space Marines. They go out of their way to like protect citizens. They do a lot of acts of good around community settings in the universe, and then they use like flamethrowers to like incinerate their enemies, which makes them really badass. So I dig them a lot. In their guts, yeah. I mean, how else do you explore someone's body, right? Amethyst, how dare you? My goodness. Unreal. Are they like the Sacred Band of Thebes? My brain is blanking on the reference. Please help me through that one. What about exploring bodies? I mean, the Space Marines have really big bodies, so when they are explored, yeah, you get a bit of it. We're talking about that in the context of Warhammer 40k. Didn't know Chris Melberger was in that game. Yeah, he's just a good guy. Yeah, if Chris was a Space Marine, he would be part of a Salamander squad. He'd just be big vibing. Or he would be one of the members of, like, so there's a group of humans that genetically alter themselves with, like, they technologically augment themselves. And they have, like, you know, like cameras for eyes, and they have, like, you know, like rebreather masks on and stuff to, like, you know, more efficiently exist in a hell world. And they have, like, little record keeping, like, drones that follow them around and record everything, that are disembodied skulls. But they are these weird little, like, devices that record everything. I could see Chris being a member of that, and then, like, making vines with this little recorder drone. So, brother, get the flamer, the heavy flamer. Salamander Squad is such a cute name. They're cool. They're like the really good guys. Have you seen those mini painters that paint them all girly? I love that. That's another thing. I wish I could afford Warhammer 40K right now, but it's a very expensive hobby. Again, I know this because I used to, like, trade people, like, magic cards in exchange for, like, Warhammer 40K supplies when I was in high school. And I painted minis, and I had a lot of fun painting them. Morgan actually, or my mom actually just gave me a shoebox that had one of my Warhammer figurines that I painted in it. But I kind of, like, now want to start building a squad that I like paint in the trans colors or something. That'd be cute. The Sacred Band of Thieves was an elite army in ancient Greece that was populated by relationship bonded gay men. Yeah, the Salamanders are kind of that. They're just like a band of bros, and then they just, like, want to help other people. They haven't fully lost their humanity, in the sense of, like, most Space Marines, because of the rigorous trauma that they go through and the battle-hardened conditioning that they have to sort of have to fight cosmic horrors beyond human imagination, become a little bit apathetic. They'll rescue humans when they can, and they will obviously fight on the side of mankind. But they're, like, a little bit, like, PTSD'd. So the Salamanders are very bizarre in the Warhammer 40K world because they have empathy. And they focus and center their empathy on their actions. So, Bree was out here straight thugging in high school. Listen, everything was a barter system in high school. Yo, you like the sandwich that my mom packed me for lunch? Well, shit. You have it, and I'm going to eat, like, the Hot Pocket that your mom packed you. I say as I was collecting comic books in high school. Like, honestly, like, man, yeah, I used to trade people for, like, comics, too. Damn. I did love me some comic books. I still do, as y'all know. Salamander Core, yeah. Very Salamander Core. I'm very big. If I belonged to, like, a Warhammer 40K faction, I would want to be a Salamander. They're neat. Yeah, the Battle Brothers. Yeah, they're saying, like, shit on the right here. Brother Zacchio proceeding to extraction point. There's a lot of religious social commentary in Warhammer 40K that seem like they basically are like, look at all these people. They're zealots for the Empire. But it's all social commentary about how that's actually kind of bad. How it's not good to lose yourself to a cause either. So, I do appreciate... There's, like, a lot of books. They have comics that Marvel helped put out, which I actually really enjoyed those quite a bit. There is obviously the figurines and the tabletop games, the big thing. Tons of video games that have some good lore. I'm in the middle of a Warhammer 40K bolt gun playthrough, voiced by Rahul Kohli. I just think they're neat. Yeah, I just think they're neat, honestly. Very much like my special interests. Like, oh, hey, I was the middle school Asian kid that got beat up. How am I going to cope with that? wow, this story about like a bunch of people persisting through the most grotesque times possible for humankind and finding togetherness in that, and moments of courage and glorious battle that gives me a power fantasy to imagine myself in. Oh, neat. So, Rahul, my baby father. Next time I see him, I won't name you, but I'm going to be like, oh my god, my chat is feral for you. And he's going to go, how couldn't they be? My almost complete Doom Patrol collection and Umbrella Academy signed by Gerard Way are my prized possessions. That's pretty dope. Warhammer, take me away. Yeah. Play me out, Warhammer. But yeah, I think a lot of people who had like a rough like social life when they were younger, if you were super geeky, or if you were a marginalized person, Warhammer was really cool. Warhammer 40k specifically was like a really cool sci-fi thing to get into. Love him so much. Raul's a funny man. Just a goofy dude. Here's the thing. People sometimes think I get sassy on social media. As long as he exists, I'm gonna be like, nah, not even close, dude. You protest about the wrong people. If you're mad at me, you can't say that you're mad at Raul. Raul Coley. Man, I was talking to Ethan about him the other day because they're very good friends and they hang out a lot. And I was like, I just really fucking love that, like, Raul will, like, screenshot DMs. I got the idea of replying to DMs on Instagram stories via screenshots that I put into the Instagram stories and then blank out people's names because Raul does it so often. But Raul does it where someone will say something shitty and he'll just, like, put them on blast and be like, you know, how about you go fuck yourself, you fucking nobody? And I'll just be like, damn, I love you, dude. I love you. You have inspired me. I could be meaner, actually. You're so right, Raul Coley, famous actor. Doing big things that other content creator or other celebrities aren't doing with their platforms. You're standing on business, my brother. Just a thought on Maine. I love that for him. Yeah, that too. I love all the shit. And then the other thing, so those of you who don't know, him and I have the exact same birthday, November 13th, 1985. That is not me doxing any information about myself that you can't find easily by looking me up on famousbirthdays.com. We have the exact same birthday to the year. And I got to tell him that in person, which was kind of cool. I was like, yo, dude, we have the same birthday. And I think he looked at me and thought I was weird. Like, didn't believe it because he's very salt and pepper. And I'm very not as 40 looking as him. Not that that's a bad thing. I think that he looks very good. But yeah, it's always funny because I'm just like, damn, I think him and I channel a lot of the same sassy kind of angry spirit, righteously angry spirit. Welcome back, Amethyst. You could be meaner. I could be meaner. That's the other thing. Anything I say on stream is banter. Unless I'm talking about like a truly problematic person, you know, like like unless I'm talking about someone who really fucking sucks, like when we have political talk or whatever. Everything I fucking say is banter. I don't make fun of my audience to be mean. That's ridiculous. People who do that are fucking weird. I just dissociated in the library by reading 4 to 6 non-school books a week for 6 years. Also something I did. God, I was a librarian book club fiend when I was a kid. But yeah, I love that he'll like just completely roast someone in his Instagram stories and be like, I don't give a shit that I just sent my giant following after you. You are a bigot who thought you could just get away with saying a bigoted thing. Why is your brain not on? Fuck you. And I'm like, cool. I could be meaner. Literally just Google your name and it gives your birthday. Yeah, literally, like, it is wild to be in a social circle of people that, like, I don't remember if this is this person's birthday today or not. And I can just Google them. Weirdest thing about being a micro-celebrity on the internet, surrounded by other micro-celebrities, and other actual celebrities. Like, it is just really wild to be like, oh yeah, I can, like, look up almost anything about them. Be meaner to me, Mom. Jesus, God. That's a whole kink. I made a joke a while ago before I got like as spicy as I've been with cosplays in recent years, and as like spicy with my commentary and jokes and stuff, my sense of humor online. Where I was like, I did one of my femlook shoots, and I had like a bunch of like kind of like spicier poses in the photo set, and I was like, I'm gonna label this one like, don't make me be mean mommy or something, meaning like, oh, like chat calls me mommy. And it's like the idea of this is like, don't make me like be like angry. You won't like me when I'm angry kind of vibe. And Morgan was like, oh, no, babe. I know you're not on TikTok as much as me, but you cannot invoke the phrase mean mommy. You cannot do that. That's a whole ass kink. And I was like, oh, okay. So we captioned it something else, and I can't remember what it was. But now I'd probably make that caption because the internet's just so unhinged. And it's probably pretty low level as far as cursed material online goes. Merm, you can, but I don't like when people are mean to me. Are you even celebrity friends if you don't Google them at least once? Truly. There's a couple friends I have that I've never bothered to look up, but it is kind of funny I can. Mean mommy, not the flirt. Yeah, angry mommy. Need it. Oh my god. I almost read that one out loud. You need it? Ah, God. I deserve the ban. Do it. Ah, insane. One silver lining about, especially those of us in the U.S. dealing with, like, top-level public insanity from the current administration is now I think we're all allowed to just let our freak flags fly and be insane. You know? It's not actually even that insane in comparison to what's actually going on in the world. So, like, I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad we don't have to ban you for that, Merm. Because that's the sanest thing you could say in today's world. Brookie. As I say that. Brookie's like, not on my watch. My goodness. Me being inspirational in the face of true mental unwellness. And then my mods undercutting the message. Unbelievable. Too funny. The one thing I don't get about this map, and this happened the first time I played it, is the frame rate gets all janky while I'm doing this. Hopefully it hasn't been too distracting, chat. The most inspirational edutainment mother. That's me. Thank you for enrolling in my class. And for just $20 more, you could get upgraded to level 2, where we talk about things like how best to serve this community, how to give your soul to me, the streamer, and Rookie didn't even shoot the actual message. Yeah, that was a different message. That's wild. It's too funny. I'm gonna get to 33%, and then I think I'm gonna wrap up. Oh, great lady. So many letters to type. So sorry to VOD watchers. I was waiting for Merm to pull a vanish. Oh no, Merm doesn't vanish anymore. Merm is like, I'm going to say what I meant to say with my full chest. Link wanted to be heard. Hi, Link. You have such a way with words. A lot of people in this community have pets that want to learn the human language very badly. And we should really respect them for that. Because, again, why would we, as an edutainment channel, the #1 edutainment channel on twitch.tv, please don't look that up, it's true, ever challenge someone trying to learn. Challenge the pursuit of knowledge. We'd never do that. That's against our principles. I'm surprised Nightbot didn't time link out. Oh my god. We never know who's typing. True, Gray Lady. There could be more. Even more. The many cats of Twitch chat. I like hearing updates about people's pets and stuff. It makes me happy. Which is why, so I don't know which day we'll do this. But this has been 2 streams in a row. 3 streams in a row, technically, because I streamed Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I do have a planned visit out to see my family, again. Either Sunday or Monday, it's most likely. So I'm hoping tomorrow I can put up the channel on the Discord so we can look at people's pets in the form of pictures, and we as a chat can assign those pets with a job we think that pet would be good at. So I'd like to get that going either Sunday or Monday. I know that's a slightly smaller time frame than some people might like. Unless, actually, wait. Now that I think about it, because I do need to come up with a number of rules. So there will be a limit on, like, number of pets only due to the fact that, like, we're going to have to get through everybody's. And obviously, it's, like, a limit to the number of pictures you can submit. Because, like, if it's like, oh, well, I have a number of pictures of my pet, and they all show, like, different angles, and have, like, a different vibe for, like, the job they could have, I'm going to submit 20. Like, I don't want that to happen. Like, that's going to take too long, probably. But, like, maybe, like, we'll have, like, a strong limit of, like, 10-ish, maybe. We'll figure it out. That said, real question. Yeah, actually, Ace of Snakes, that's a brilliant idea. If you do have, like, a lot of pets, if you can get, like, a group shot, like, I guess we could just go through, like, multiple pets at once, too. It'd be fine. You think those are the ship's teats? Gonna make a poll. You're gonna have 2 minutes to vote, and obviously a lot of people are asleep already or are not here tonight. So some people are gonna be left out of this. But I do want to get a feel here first, and then I'll do a more formal poll. So sorry that you're going to have to vote twice. I'm going to do a more formal poll in the Discord tomorrow, asking if people would rather rush this so that we do it this Sunday or Monday. Again, I don't get to really choose which of those 2 days I do it on. That's going to be something that's a little bit more determinant on when my family wants me by to see my sister. But either Sunday or Monday this week, or maybe we do 1 full week where people have the submission time frame to get pictures ready, which might be a little bit more fair. But I'll give you a quick, like, 1 minute guide just to get, like, a kind of a soft understanding of, like, where sentiment is here. So pet job stream this Sunday or Monday or next weekend. Go ahead, vote. You got 1 minute to do it. I just want to get, like, a general sentiment, because I found with, like, a lot of my polls, sometimes people here obviously are in the moment, and then people on Discord sometimes will be on a slightly different page. So I'm just kind of trying to canvas. Oh wow, next weekend is, wow, unanimous so far. Okay, yeah, that might be better because you might be able to dig up some old pictures that you think are great. More people will have time to prep for it. And then also, like, people will be able to take new pictures if they want. Okay, cool. I'll set up a channel for it tomorrow at some point. Or I'll do the poll first, and then I'll set up a channel for it tomorrow. So that's going to be the plan for Saturday, like early evening-ish. Hopefully all that will be taken care of. To vote this Sunday or Monday, type vote 1. Oh, yeah, thank you, Brookie, for reminding people who can't vote, because Twitch Mobile is ass about the polls sometimes. Limit for pets. Yeah, like I said, it's probably going to be a limit, just because some people are like, oh, well, I have 3 cats. And I'll be like, cool, all 3 are welcome. And then we have a couple people in the community, Gray Lady, a couple other people who have mentioned that they, like, have a massive number of pets. And obviously, it would not make a lot of sense for us to do, like, 20 pets from one person, right? So, hey, whoa, it's not just you. You aren't the, yeah, it's not just you. Don't you worry. This is not meant to single you out. It's more of, like, time constraints combined with, like, yeah, making it fair for everybody. So that, like, people aren't, like, super burnt out by the end of it. So it's probably going to be like, yeah, maybe around like max like 5 to 10. I will figure that out. I will let you know tomorrow. I'm going to do some deliberation about it. But yeah, I can take some pictures with multiple in one. Yeah, even with the pictures with multiple in one, we'd still probably just have a limit to the number that we'd still assign jobs to. You can do that if you want to show us more than the pets that are being. So, like, let's say you take like 4 pictures with 10 cats in them each. We would only, and we could like mix and match between those 4 pictures. We would only assign jobs to like 10 of those cats, and then the other 30 we'd all just get to be like, oh, they're all so cute, you know, something like that. Or maybe it will be 5 just for, again, time constraints. But again, I'm gonna put up a poll tomorrow, and as a result, I'll get like kind of a softball idea of if like how many people are going to even be participating. Because if it's like, oh yeah, it's 10 animals each person, and then we get like 70 people submitting things, that's gonna be like a multi-day kind of thing, versus like maybe we want to wrap it up all in like one stream, and like we'll do just like 5 a person and work through it that way. So we'll figure it out. So yeah, that will be the vibe tomorrow. I look forward to doing it finally. Again, it's just like, I can never predict when my schedule is going to be consistent, but because I have planned a visitation time now coming up here in the next couple days, that is going to be easier for me to plan around that than just like getting called out of town on an emergency, like has kind of happened a lot. So I hope that makes sense. And it looks like next weekend will be when we do the actual stream, and then tomorrow I'll get the channel up and everything, and all the very loose rules again. It's not like I'm gonna be like, all right, you're banned from the community because you didn't listen to something, but I might like cheekily call you out and be like, hey, I'm sensing that you're trying to get around what the regulations were, and we'll just joke about it, but we'll still just have fun doing whatever. Not gonna be a big deal how we do it. Very casual, fun stream. And then a little bonus thing that I want to do with it is I'll have a couple pictures of like Sig and Elsa, and chat will be able to help me figure out what jobs would be good for my pets. So we'll see. Yeah, my puppies and 3 kitties are fine. Yes, that'd be perfect. Yeah, hello Link again. Oh wait, I'm at 35%. I said I was going to stop at 33. 36 is a cool number too. Guess I could do like 40, right? Real quick. So. Yeah, Grayley. Yeah, it's like, listen, we're a community of neurodivergent people. Sometimes people skip over the instructions. So when I call people out for shit like that, it's just silly ha-has. I don't really care that much at the end of the day. We'll have a blast with it, regardless. All my pets need to be employed. They gotta help with the rent. It's funny, Morgan and I have been thinking about making like a TikTok for our cats, and you know, getting it monetized and being like, finally, our cats are helping pay the rent after freeloading for all these years. We've been thinking about doing something like that. That'd be kind of funny. You should. It would allow chat to get more Sig and Else content, and then it would be a way to help support us without spending a single dime, because you'll just have to watch short form content about our cats. That could be the move. Instructions were in a different section and they admitted it was not my fault. Well, for me, I know y'all well enough that I know some of you just straight up skip over the instructions. So I will have contingencies for everything, as I do, as a very anxious person. It would be cute. Okay. You guys don't think you'd get, like, bored of it? I would want it to be like honey butter chicken biscuit. Like the Uberts. Like Goobert, Scoobert, and Doobert. I'd want it to be that kind of content. Especially with Elsa. She's such a weirdo. It'd be like goofy-ass memes. Like brain rot memes, but with my cats. Participating in the brain rot memes. I think that would be kind of fun to do. I want to make my TikTok into the animals TikTok, but that would require putting TikTok back on my phone. I don't have social media things on my phone. Understandable. Like, who the hell wants to participate in any of this shit going on right now? This is why I'm glad I make content. It's a way for me to participate. Thank you. On the internet, without having to necessarily, like, be on social media all the time. Because, like, the last fucking thing I want to do with my free time, or the time that I could be using to be productive, is read a bunch of bad opinions I didn't ask to see. Either in my own replies or on someone else's feed. So, yeah. Amethyst, I will, again, have everything laid out for you, so don't fret about it too much. I will have all of that stuff set up in an easy-to-follow set of, like, hey, these are the only caveats. So all the preemptive questions, no, they will be answered. Us getting bored of cat content? Never. That's fair. I like planning. Well, you have a week to plan. You'll have plenty of time. This is going to be going up ahead of time so that you can plan. Oh, I'm at 40. Oh, shit. I was like, damn. Have I actually... I'm actually surprised I've finished a couple items on this list. Alright. I'm going to end stream here, I think. It's so hard to stop, dude. This game's just... It's so relaxing to my little worm brain. Slug brain. But I'm gonna wrap up here. Me looking at my camera roll to see if I have good pictures of my cats. Hell yeah. Yeah, get excited for it. It's a stream chat's been very patient for us. Thank you for being so patient about it. It's coming up here soon, though. Promise. I'm just going to let the dialogue run here on the right side. Whoever bro is texting me, the Blood Angels Thunderhawk pilot, I guess. There we go. All right. All right, chat, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Last call. The drinks aren't being served anymore. The lights are going on. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It was fun. Wait, how much did it say I had done of that? 42%? Why did I look there when it was up on the corner of the screen? Thank you for stream, everyone. Have a good night. You as well. Thank you so much for chilling. Now, closing time. I have to invoke the old Gregorian chants of millennials. Thank you for stream. No, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Truly. Thank you for stream. Thank you, everybody. Truly. Thank you so much. It was fun. I've been having a blast. This is crazy. I'm just not used to this high of a sub count ever. Really appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much for enjoying what I'm able to create when I'm able to create. Thank you. I have so many great pics of my little lady. It's going to be hard picking between her disdain for a zucchini or her pigtails. Wild. Looking forward to it. Thank you for the relaxing, chill vibes in stream tonight. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Good night, everyone. Happy milk dreams. I mean, I remember growing up and being given like a warm glass of milk on nights I couldn't fall asleep. Perfect end of the day. I'm glad to hear it. I had a rough day as well, so this was excellent for me. Thank you. Truly. Y'all are great. Like, very, very fun. Very fun group of people. Thanks for vibing. I'm going to get going. Thank you so much for chilling. I hope that you all take care of yourselves. Let me say some good nights quick, too. I've been doing this lately, and it's been fun. So I'm just going to start in a random spot in the window. Gray Lady, have a wonderful night. Merm, thank you for hanging out. Arohaku, thank you for being here. Mins, Amethyst, thank you so much. Liz, Nye, Phoebe, Xander, always appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. 49 subs to go. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. It was like, yeah, I saw like over 650, but I did not realize that meant less than 50. Wild. Becca, thank you so much for chilling. Brookie, thank you very, very much for being here. Truly appreciate all of you. Excellent, excellent energy here tonight. If I missed you saying goodnight here, by the way, nothing personal in that. I can't remember. Logan and Merm, I can't remember if I said goodnight to you, but thank you again. Remy, take care of yourselves. Jacob, thank you so much for being here. Slade, appreciate you. Ace of Snakes, get some wonderful rest. Thank you, everybody. Mystic Mojo, wonderful to hear that you've been enjoying the vibes of the community lately. Plate of Soup, thank you so much for hanging out. This was good. This was really fun. Tomorrow, I'll hopefully be live. Again, no guarantees with the things going on with my family, but thank you for being understanding and just being really, I don't know, just thank you for being humans about it. I see like other content creators go through a lot of like crisis stuff, and they'll have very weird communities that are like, oh, they're gonna fall off because they've been gone so long, or their schedule sucks. Man, it's so hard to keep up with them. And obviously, I don't expect that level of like bad behavior ever here, but like things have been very hard to balance recently, and I'm just really grateful, really grateful to have like people who understand that my schedule's weird and will still show up whenever I'm able to. So thank you. Do we think soup has? Oh God, I hope not. I think if I like took a spoonful of soup and it had a nipple, yeah, I'd be like, yo, restaurant, I demand you make another one of these, because this one nipple looks alone and you need to for the set. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you very much again. I hope that you all had a great time. Thank you for the follows, bits, subs, tips, anything that came through here tonight. Again, allows me to continue to do the weird shit that I do online with all of you. Xander, it's like, I'm out of here. Be here in full support as always. I appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all are great. Hope that you had a great time chatting, lurking, no matter what you did. You were very sweet tonight. Very, very supportive. Very cool. Very fun. Thank you so much for everything that y'all do. Truly. Like, just good vibes. Good energy here every single time lately. Yeah, pack it up. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's get out of here. Thank you, everybody. Again, if you spent any time here chatting, lurking, you contributed to tonight. I hope that you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. You're great. Finger hearts as usual. I'm out of here. I hope that you take care of yourselves as well. Take care. See y'all around. Goodbye. 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 Please take care of you, because if you don't, I have actually trained a number of... Do you remember those, like, robot dogs that they had, like, as toys in the late 90s, early 2000s? They were, like, called, like, Robo-Dog or iDog or whatever the heck. And they were, like, you know, pretty limited in their capacity. Well, I actually broke into one of those, and I worked on the little computer chip in his brain, and I made it into an attack dog. And it's not a stereotypical attack dog. It's the type of attack dog, it will find you, and it will corner you, and it will go, I'm going to tell you a bunch of compliments that you can't refute right now about yourself. And I know that's scary to you. That's the type of psychic damage attack that some of you don't like. And that's what I programmed them to do. So, good luck. All right, goodbye. Have a lovely night thinking about those attack dogs.